Good morning. We're going to call the meeting to order. Today is Wednesday, July the 6th, and this is the regular meeting of the Nags Board of Commissioners. Our first item is our own Pastor Rick Lawrence is going to offer a prayer.
Father in heaven, we thank you for the privilege that we have to be here today and for the life that you've given us, for the place that you've allowed us to live and to work. And we pray, Father, this day for this meeting, for this board and these citizens as they gather today to do this business, God, that it would be a good meeting, a productive meeting. There are things that I'm sure, God, will be discussed today that will have some great bearing on people's lives and our livelihood. And so I pray for wisdom on their behalf. We appreciate, God, all your blessings to us. We ask for rain to put out the fire. We ask for a continued great summer. Thank you for the events in the past few weeks, Lord, and how the folks have come. And it's been such just a great time to be here in Nags Head on the Outer Banks. And so your blessings today we ask. In Christ's name, amen.
Amen. Thank you, Pastor Lawrence. Y'all will join us in the Pledge of Allegiance. Pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Next item is the adoption of the agenda. I would ask that we pull number 8 under the consent agenda if we could for just a quick comment, more from me than anybody else.
I would request a closed session to discuss a personnel issue.
I approve the agenda as amended.
Okay. We have a motion to approve the agenda as amended. Is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor of the motion, please signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed, like sign. Next item this morning is audience response. This is the time that the board sets aside for people to come and speak and be heard. We don't always answer questions right at this point in time. We do address them later in the meeting occasionally. And with that, I'll open up the floor for public comment. If you would give us your name and address when you come to the podium so we can... Oh, yes, ma'am. We do have Bridhaven on the agenda for later in the meeting, but you are certainly welcome to make your comments now as well. Yes, ma'am? If you'll come to the podium, ma'am, and give us your name and where you live.
Okay.
Thank you.
My name is Teresa Bradshaw, and I live in Collington Harbor. I'm not really a public speaker. I'm a nurse. I'm also the daughter of a resident at Bridhaven, and I just felt like I needed to make a comment briefly so that I could put my mind at ease once the decisions are made about the future of that nursing home. With that being said, I'd like to just read something that I sent in an email yesterday. I'm a little late on all of this because really our family did not know any of this was even up for negotiation. We kind of have a busy but simple life, and my husband and I live with my mother in Collington Harbor. My children were born here. I've raised 3 children in this area. My parents have had a home here since the early 70s. They retired here. They consider this area their home, as does our family. But I really don't read the paper, and I'm not much into politics, and I just wait around for someone to let me know the important things. Otherwise, I work a full-time job at the hospital, and I am involved with my little world. But with that being said, I just want to read this in hopes that it may make a difference in some decision making. My name is Teresa Bullock Bradshaw. I have been a registered nurse in Dare County for 31 years. My husband and I own a home in Collington Harbor. We have raised 3 children here. My parents have owned a home in Collington since 1972. They retired here in 1985. My sister also owns a home in Collington, and we consider this county our home. My father was diagnosed with Alzheimer's disease and eventually was admitted to the Spark unit at Colony Ridge. He's been there for 6 years. He's 86 years old. My mom is 83. She goes to see him nearly every day. They both worked hard their entire life, saving for their retirement. It didn't turn out the way they planned, but they have tried to make the most of it. What that really means to them is, if they can't be together, at least they can see each other every day. As hard as it is to have my dad in a nursing home, it would be devastating if they couldn't visit daily. Over my 30-plus years working as a nurse in Dare County, I've had several different jobs. I worked at Dr. Holton's office. I taught childbirth classes. I even worked at Britt Haven. I worked at Outer Banks Medical Center and at Health East, which is now a department of the Outer Banks Hospital. I know a little bit about certificates of needs. I know about inspections, violations, maintenance, audits, and the nuts and bolts of what it takes to run a medical facility. I am in no way an expert in any of these things, but there is something that I know about: human beings. There are people at that nursing home that are loved. There are people in that facility that are visited. Can you imagine how confused my father will be if he is relocated? How will my mother go to visit him? She will die if she can't see him every single day. Even in the next town is too far away from her. She can't move. She pays for his care out of their pension check. She barely has enough to make it as it is. If you add in travel time, stress, gas, wear and tear on her car, it is just not something that she or our family could manage. The residents of that nursing home deserve to stay in their own community. They deserve to have a stable, consistent life right now. The decision to close this facility will reach far and wide. Families will be affected: children, grandchildren, daughters, sons, wives, and husbands. Is Colony Ridge perfect? No. But there are good people that work there, people who stay because they care about the residents. These are people who work when no one else will. They will do what no one else wants to do. Consider them when you make their decision. On behalf of my family, my parents, my brothers, my sister, my children, my grandchildren, I'm asking you to open your heart and open your mind. Put yourself in our place.
Thank you, Ms. Bradshaw. Is there anyone else who wishes to make public comment this morning? Sir, I'm sorry.
Bob Meyer, and Nags had for a long 35 years.
Sir, I'm going to ask you to come to the podium if you would, sir.
Okay. I'm not going to repeat everything she said, but she was right in all these things. All I'm going to do is ask that veterans in Nags Head and all in Dare County, which there are probably about 6,000 of them, a lot of them are old men like myself that need help. These men cannot be moved. Nursing homes in North Carolina that belong to the VA are in Fayetteville, Salisbury, Asheville, and that's about it. So I'm just going to take just a couple of minutes just to ask you to see if you can negotiate between you and the nursing home over there. And I know every place there's a money problem within our country, within our state, within our towns, all over. But I think everything can be solved. It has for years, and thank you for your time.
Sir, would you give me your name one more time? I'm sorry.
Yes, it's Bob Maher, M-A-H-E-R, and I live in Manteo now at 110 Rimpall Road. So,
Thank you very much for your comments.
I know most of the board members, so.
Hey, Bob.
Hi. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Yes, ma'am.
Morning. My name is Bella Reber. I'm on the Deer County Nursing Home Advisory Committee, and I chair that committee. I'm not a very good speaker. You know, I can't articulate a lot, but I did write a letter this morning making believe I was a resident at Colony Ridge. You see, I'm nervous already. Hi. Hello, my name is Matilda Harrington. My home is Colony Ridge. How did I get to live here? Well, I became very ill and was able to care for myself at home because I lived alone. My family was unable to take care of me either because of my special needs. We talked it over and I came to Colony Ridge because they were able to take care of me, and my family lives nearby and can visit me all the time. Since then, I care about my home. I can talk to the other residents, receive care from the CNAs, the nurses. My social life has improved because of all the activities they provide, and I get my physical therapy to help me help myself. This is my goal, is to help myself. And my other goal is to go home. You know, I've been here about a year and a half, but I'm hearing rumors that this place is going to close. I'm so worried. This is my home. In my hometown, where will I go? What is my family going to do? Will they come to visit me anymore if I go to another nursing facility far away? Will the other place treat me any better, the way I want to be taken care of? Is my money going to pay for another place to live? You know, I can't live alone anymore, and I'm worried sick over this predicament. And at my age, I had to learn all over again a new way to live in a different home. Remember new names, new routines. I can't go, and I can go on and on about that. Well, will I be able to do this? I pray the good Lord takes care of this situation and my fellow residents. Thank you for listening to my letter, Matilda Harrington. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Those are my thoughts, basically.
Yes, ma'am. Sir?
Good morning, everyone, board members, everyone else here today. My name is Clarence Lewis. I'm from Manteo, North Carolina, originally from Elizabeth City, but I've been here since 1974, so I've been here a total of 36 years. I'm the new commander of the Manteo American Legion Post 26. Bob over here is an outgoing commander, and Brian is a past commander. And we have a concern because the veterans that are in the rest homes throughout the state of North Carolina are there because this is where they have to be. I received a phone call last night from our district commander, so evidently someone has called him, and he asked us to come and just voice our opinion and to actually see exactly what was going on and what could be done about the situation as it stands right now. And he asked us to give him a report later on this evening. So we're here for basically the same reason. It's the concern of the veterans and the people within the rest home here on the beach, okay, in Dare County. That's our purpose in being here today. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for coming, Mr. Lewis. Ma'am?
Susie Walters. I live in Nags Head, 415 Raceview Court, and I just came up here to say thank you for several things. First item is fireworks. Thank you so much for having fireworks in Nags Head again. I think that means a lot to everyone in our community, our visitors, our guests. I've heard nothing but positive comments about the fireworks this year. And I'd also like to thank you for supporting the 50th anniversary events. I think all of them were very, very successful. And a special thank you to all of your staff who worked extremely, extremely hard to make that a success, and John Ratzenberger, the chairman of the committee. I'd also like to thank you for your efforts to resolve the Bridhaven Colony Ridge issue. I know it's been an emotional one a difficult one. I do know that you all are doing your very best to resolve it, and we'll hear more about that later today. My mom is in Bridhaven and has been there for 12 years with Alzheimer's, so I know that everyone is working very hard for the best solution for everyone. And then I'd like to thank you for developing and implementing a plan for beach nourishment. It's beautiful, and I've heard no negative comments about that either, so I just wanted to come and say thank you for all your hard work.
Thank you, Ms. Walters. Is there anybody else who wishes to speak at public comment? Anybody at all? Seeing no hands, we're going to close our public comment period. We will be discussing Bridhaven later in this meeting. It's a little bit later on our agenda. We have received a proposed, we've exchanged leases back and forth with Bridhaven, and we're trying to reach terms with them, but we're trying to be more concerned with the long-term good health care that can be provided there as of when the bonds are paid off, or October 1st, whichever comes first. We will own the facility, and we feel a responsibility to make sure that there is good health care provided there. I know the people that work there work very hard to take care of the folks that are there. I think they've had some real challenges in terms of the facility that they're working in, and we hope to be able to resolve those things either with this provider or with another provider, but the intent is to have a nursing home in Nags Head for everybody in Dare County and the surrounding area in perpetuity. So that is the goal. We are trying to see the best way to accomplish that goal. We're going to move on to recognition of employees. Mr. Brinkley? Chief Brinkley, excuse me.
Good morning, Mayor and Board of Commissioners. It's my privilege to come before you today to introduce David Shane Allen as our newest police officer. Shane lives in Kittleville Hills with his wife and 3 daughters. He graduated from Emmanuel Christian School in Edenton, attended college at East Carolina University and Elizabeth City State University from 1989 to 1994, where he obtained his BLET certification in 1994. Then he began his career of 17 years of law enforcement experience here in Dare County. He is a Project Lifesaver instructor, a traffic crash reconstructionist, and a field training officer. He possesses his advanced law enforcement certificate, and we are extremely glad to have Shane with us. We believe he will be an asset to our department. Welcome. All the way down.
Glad to have you, sir. Any happy news? Mr. Clark?
Mayor, Commissioners, good morning. It's with a great deal of pleasure that I bring to you today Barbara Minter, Public Works Office Assistant, for recognition of her 15 years of service with the town of Nags Head. Barbara actually started working for the town on June 8th of 1995 as a temporary employee in the Administrative Services Department, and during her first year, she worked at various jobs and helped out in other departments. And she became a permanent employee on June 26th of 1996, hence the beginning of her 15 years. She worked at Town Hall until April of 2002, when she transferred to Public Works, just before I got there, where she's tried with varying degrees of success to keep us in line. And when you think about people like John Richardson and Thurman Cartwright and myself, at times that's been a Herculean task for her to do, but she does it very well. 9 years ago, when I first came with the town, I met Barbara at the cookout for Skip's retirement, and she told me at that time that on any given day, at any time at work, she might just break out in song at her desk, whether she heard a favorite on the radio or now on her computer, or a song just came into her head. Of course, that was before I knew about her passion for karaoke, which she goes to several times a month. But she's not only a singer, but she's active in the Theater of Dare. She's been on the board of directors. She's been on stage in various productions and worked behind the scenes. And lately, she's also been singing the national anthem at the First Flight High School women's soccer home games, as well as at several of the Daredevils home games every summer. So she's a very multi-talented person. She always has a sunny outlook. She keeps us on a semi-even keel. She tries and does a very good job. And we just want to thank you, Barbara, for your 15 years of service with the town, and hope that there'll be many more to come. Thank you.
We've got a very nice certificate of appreciation for you, and it's presented to Barbara Minter upon the occasion of her 15-year anniversary. On June 26, 1996, Barbara began employment with the town of Nags Head. This certificate is awarded to recognize Barbara's loyal and dedicated service over the past 15 years. Her dedicated interest in doing a good job during her tenure as office assistant at Public Works has had a positive and valuable effect on the well-being of the town and its citizens and visitors. The Town of Nags Head Board of Commissioners recognizes Barbara's contributions over the past 15 years and expresses its sincere appreciation to her. Best wishes are extended to Barbara for continued success and many more productive years with the town. That's by order of the Nags Head Board of Commissioners, this 6th day of July, 2011. Thank you. Only 15 more years.
Thank you very much, ma'am.
Ms. T.
Good morning.
Good morning.
I'm very pleased here today to recognize Dabney Shelton. She's been with our department 5 years. She started her local government career with Dare County back in, 1991 as a Parks and Recreation professional. She was the director of the Fessenden Center, the first multi-generational recreation facility in Dare County. She actually worked with the Dare County Planning Department from 1999 to 2006. And in that capacity, she had a very unique experience in that she was living on Hatteras when Isabel hit and was integral in running county emergency operations during Hurricane Isabel. She started working for the town of Nags Head on June 19, 2006 as zoning administrator. She completed her zoning administration course, and as an official zoning administrator, she's achieved her zoning official certification. And she's also been the captain of our Relay for Life team. So Dabney is a valued and trusted member of our team. I've especially appreciated her dedication to customer service and the level of detail at which she works. She also has a wonderful family, 4 children, Mallory, Marshall, Riley, and Kate. She's the proud grandmother of DeMarcus, who just turned 3 years old, and a spoiled chocolate lab named Chloe. And I'm very proud and happy to call her a friend and colleague. Thank you, Dabney.
Step forward and be recognized. On June 19, 2006, Dabney began employment with the town of Nags Head. This certificate is awarded as a testimonial of Dabney's loyal and dedicated service over the past 5 years. Her dedicated interest and devotion to duties as zoning administrator has had a lasting and valuable effect on the well-being of the town and its citizens and deserves this recognition. The town of Nags Head extends its best wishes to Dabney for continued success and many more productive years with the town. I confess, I didn't realize that you had Isabel experience. You're the first zoning administrator, maybe a step down in stress. Thank you very much, ma'am.
I had good direction.
Yes. I'm sure you did.
Shall I have her speak names?
Mr. Sadler, I think you've got a special recognition.
I do. I'd like to ask Michelle if she'll come up, please. We know it's a surprise, so don't fall down on your way up. Michelle, I can't begin to tell you how happy I am that you didn't leave town with a carnival. I know it did. We have had a wonderful birthday, as most of you know. And we have had the most volunteerism in this town that I've ever seen. We've also had so much help from town staff. I can't begin to name everyone that has helped. I don't know of a department that hasn't helped. But there is one outstanding individual who has made it all work together. And that's from the committee meetings that started way last year to all of those details that no one in this room, every meeting that we had, could figure out how to do it. Michelle said, "Don't worry about it. I'll take care of it." And she did. The gala, the morning event at 10:30, the carnival, 5 days. I was never there that she was not there. So we were all surprised when you stayed around. In our appreciation, the board would like to, we know you saw it and we know that you thought Cliff had bought it for himself. But he was sneaky. He bought it from the board to you, Michelle, as a remembrance of all the fun times that you had and the hard work. I know I promised you a trip to Las Vegas, but I didn't have enough.
Thank you.
You are so welcome.
Thank you all.
You are-
Speech.
I don't speak.
Our next item of business is a proclamation. Chief, if you'll come to the podium for me. This is a proclamation about National Night Out for 2011. Nags Head's been a great participant. It's part of our community policing program, and it's a part that's worked very well. Whereas the National Association of Town Watch is sponsoring a unique nationwide crime, drug, and violence prevention program on Tuesday, August the 2nd, 2011, called National Night Out. And whereas the 28th annual National Night Out provides a unique opportunity for the town of Nags Head to join forces with thousands of other communities across the country in promoting cooperative police community crime prevention efforts. And whereas the Nags Head Community Watch Association plays a vital role in assisting the Nags Head Police Department through joint crime, drug, and violence prevention efforts in the town of Nags Head and is supporting National Night Out 2011 locally. And whereas it is essential that all citizens of the town of Nags Head be aware of the importance of crime programs and the impact that their participation can have on reducing crime, drugs, and violence in the town of Nags Head. And whereas police community partnerships, neighborhood safety, awareness, and cooperation are important themes of the National Night Out program. Therefore, I do hereby call upon all citizens of the town of Nags Head to join the Nags Head Community Watch Association and the National Association of Town Watch in supporting the 28th Annual National Night Out on August 2nd, 2011. Further, let it be resolved that I do hereby proclaim Tuesday, August 2nd, 2011 as National Night Out in the town of Nags Head. This the 6th of July, 2011.
Yes, Mayor, thank you. And if I may just have just a second, we would like to invite all of our residents and anybody that may be visiting our area on Tuesday, August the 2nd, to come out to our cookout that we have at the south wing of the fire station. We'll get started at 5:30. Always good food, and we have the Adena kids set up, have the command trailer there, and off McGruff and the uniformed police officers there before everybody goes back to their neighborhoods if you live here in town, and they have events in their own neighborhoods as well. So we certainly hope to see everybody at 5:30 there at the fire station. It's going to be a good time.
Thank you, sir. Y'all have done a great job with community policing and getting the neighborhood watch out and moving.
Thank you.
Hope to see everybody there.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Next item of business is the consent agenda. We did pull number 8 on there. Do we have a motion for the rest of the consent agenda without number 8?
Second.
All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed, like sign. tend to forget that consent agenda.
I
I'm
know.
sorry. I was flipping right on by.
Are you doing number 8 later?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am. Our next item of business is a public hearing to consider adoption of zoning ordinance text amendment to code sections 48-402 R1 Low Density Residential District. Mr. Lodge?
Yes, sir. At this time, we'll begin the public hearing. Again, this is the public hearing to consider a motion to adopt a zoning ordinance text amendment initiated by the Planning Board to code sections 48-402, section D5 that deals with R1 low density residential district, 48-403 D5 that deals with R2 medium density residential district, 48-404 D5 that deals with the R3 high density residential district, 48405 D5 that deals with the CR commercial residential district, and 48407 D5 that deals with the C2 general commercial district. This would allow the lessening of the setback dimensional requirements for corner lots adjacent to rights of way from 15 feet to 12 feet for single family and duplex use for lots less than 10,000 square feet in lot area and less than 60 feet in lot width. We'll begin by receiving the staff's analysis of this presented by Zoning Administrator Daphne Shelton.
Good morning again, Mayor Commissioners. The proposed zoning ordinance text amendment is being brought forward by the Planning Board to reduce corner lot setbacks for side yards on non-conforming lots. The Planning Board at their April 19, 2011 meeting established a committee to consider lessening the side yard setbacks for non-conforming corner lots adjacent to right-of-ways in the zoning district as mentioned. The Planning Board recognized existing constraints to undertake development on a corner lot where lot width and the additional setback requirements for corner lots are imposed. The Planning Board also considered information that all municipalities, as well as unincorporated areas in Dare County, have regulations that further increase the setback requirements for corner lots adjacent to street or right-of-ways. Currently, the town of Nags Head side yard setback for yards adjacent to the right-of-way on corner lots is a 15-foot setback for all the districts as provided. At the Planning Board's May 17th meeting, the committee proposed to lessen the side yard setback requirements from 15 to 12 feet for corner lots adjacent to rights-of-ways on lots 10,000 square feet or less in area. Subsequently, several text amendments options were brought forward at their June 21st meeting. Through that discussion, a combination of the options presented was determined to be the best approach, which would be a minimum of 12 feet instead of 15 on non-conforming corner lots that are less than 10,000 square feet in lot area and 60 feet or less in lot width. Excuse me. The planning staff recommends adoption of the attached text amendment and statement of consistency on grounds that the land use plan does not specifically address side yard setbacks for corner lots, but does support orderly residential development. This text amendment would not amend the setback definition or other encroachment allowances such as uncovered stairs, landings, handicap ramps, built-in railing benches, or cargo lifts, and would only apply to non-conforming lots. The Planning Board voted unanimously to recommend adoption of the proposed text amendment, which would permit the minimum width of the side yard adjacent to the right-of-way to be no less than 12 feet as opposed to the 15 feet, and for lots less than 10,000 square feet in lot area and 60 feet or less in lot width. We have two Planning Board members that are present here today, Susie Walters and Marvin Demers. Should you have any questions of them? Marvin Demers was also on the committee that brought this forward to the Planning Board as well as to you today.
Does the board have any questions for Ms. Shelton while she's here? Any questions for her at all?
Yeah, I got a question. Well, what is the advantage of this, Dabney, as far as building a house? I mean, what does it do for that?
The committee and Mr. Demers may be able to answer that as far as their discussion. The Planning Board in the discussion was that it created a problem in the building setback area on lots that are more narrow as well as that imposing the 15-foot setback on the corner lot. The build-upon area, the minimum building setbacks for principal structures was very narrow. This would give them the additional 3 feet, which would help in the design.
So without this additional 3 feet, they could build a narrow house farther back on the lot.
Correct.
Is that correct?
Correct.
Dabney, is this an issue that we've seen go to the Board of Adjustments before? Or is this a pretty typical variance that is granted?
We have seen a few of these requests go before the Board of Adjustments because of difficulty in meeting that more restrictive setback.
Yes, Ms. Evans.
Dabney, would you go over once again, excuse me, what would not be allowed in the setback? I mean, there are some things that are allowed in the setback, but if you increase or decrease the desire from the current, what would be allowed in that setback again? You touched on it briefly.
This is the principal structure setback, so the structure itself has to maintain the setback requirements. We allow already the exclusion of 3 feet of uncovered stairs, landings, handicap ramps, built-in railing benches, and cargo lifts.
So in giving this 3 foot, you would still allow the same encroachments into the side yard setback as you would normally?
That's correct.
Okay.
Any other questions for Ms. Shelton? All right, if not.
If I may further, I spoke with Mr. Leidy prior to the meeting, and staff has recognized also in the language of the ordinance that's presented in your packet, the wording where it says 10,000 square feet in lot area and 60 feet in lot width, that wording should read 60 feet or less in lot width. So it's just a clarification, and Mr. Leidy said it would not require an additional public hearing for that change.
That's correct. It does not change the character of the proposed amendment. All right, thank you. Does the board wish to receive any information from the, it would either Ms. Walters or Mr. Demers wish to make any presentation on behalf of the planning board?
Good morning. My name is Marvin Demers on the planning board. I just wanted to highlight one point in addition to what Dabney has very carefully explained to you. First of all, the motivation for this was to allow for certain non-conforming narrow lots, the owner and builder a little bit more latitude to build a more desirable, i.e. a little bit wider house than the existing setbacks would allow. But the first consideration that we dispatched with in the committee was to address the public safety impact, if any, of doing this, because we did not want to move houses to a location where they would impede on visual traffic, visual path, or cause any other type of public safety problem. We could find no evidence anywhere, and many of the neighboring municipalities have setbacks that are much smaller than the 12 feet that is being proposed. We could find no evidence anywhere that this created any type of public safety issue. And so having that been taken care of, we proceeded with developing the options and arriving at the recommended option of 10,000 square feet or less small lots and 60 feet or less in the width of that lot. Be happy to answer any other questions.
Any questions? Yes, Mrs. Sadler.
Marvin, do you all have any idea the number of lots, that undeveloped lots that this that may be out there that this would influence a change in the development?
I don't have a number for you. Dabney may be able to answer that better. I know it's a small number, but also under consideration was redevelopment or remodeling of existing structures, and that seemed to be the more likely candidate for applying this revised setback.
Any other questions? Yes, Mayor Pro Tem.
Marvin, the lighting question, the light you brought this before the board, are you familiar with that light?
No, I'm not. All I know is that there was a constituent that brought this question to light and asked that we take a look at it, and from there we developed a committee, but no, I'm not.
With the, if we adopt this with a 12-foot setback, that'll give the developer 3 more feet on the width of his house.
That's correct.
Is that correct? Otherwise, say he was building 128 feet, he's going to go down to 25.
That's exactly right, and that's the point that we were trying to address. Yes, sir.
Thanks.
Any other questions for Mr. Demers?
Thank you.
If not, thank you, sir. Does any member of the public wish to comment on this proposed text amendment? Anyone at all? Does the board wish to receive any further information regarding this proposed text amendment before you begin your deliberations?
A quick question for Dabney, if I may.
Yes, sir. Ms. Shelton?
Under the staff recommendation, it says this text amendment would not amend the setback definition or other encroachment allowances. When it says it would not amend the setback definition, help me understand what that means a little bit better.
For the lot width definition, the definition of lot width in the zoning ordinance means the width of a lot at the required building setback line measured at the right angles to its depth.
Is there a definition for setback somewhere in there that?
There are, well, there's 3 setback. There's front, side, and rear are the definitions. If you'd like, I can read those to you if you, okay.
I guess I'm trying to understand the implications of it saying that it wouldn't amend the setback definition. This just amends the setback distance, not the definition. Is that what it's saying?
Correct.
Okay.
That's correct.
Sorry.
That is correct.
That was very good.
Any other questions for Ms. Shelton? Does the board wish to receive any further information before it begins its deliberations? And no further public comment? All right, at this time, the board may conclude the public hearing on this proposed text amendment and begin its deliberations.
It's the pleasure of the board.
Make a motion to adopt the change in the ordinance code for 48-402 R1 Low Density Residential District subsection D5. Adopt the amendments as presented.
Second.
We have a motion on the floor and we have a second. Further discussion?
Just one quick question. And I guess I should have brought this up in the public hearing. Is there anyone from public safety that has a concern about this increase of possible home on a corner lot? Did anyone?
We addressed that both with the fire chief and the police chief,
Good.
and both of them were comfortable that the site triangle wouldn't be compromised by the decrease.
Okay, I'd like to make that part of the record. Okay, that was my other question.
Other discussion?
I have a question. I just want to make sure that the motion is clear. Your motion is to adopt the proposed text amendment that would apply to lots that are 60 feet or less in lot width. Okay, I just want to make sure that was clear.
And less than 10,000.
Okay.
Thanks for doing it.
All those in favor of the motion, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, like sign. Motion passes unanimously. We've got a statement of consistency as well.
Motion to adopt. The statement of consistency. Second.
We have a motion and a second. This is a motion that says that the ordinance that we just adopted is consistent with the land use plan.
Yes.
Further discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed, like sign. Motion passes unanimously. Next item of business is the reports and recommendations from the Planning Board and the Planning and Development Director. And Ms. Teague has a presentation for us, I believe.
Yes,
Yes, sir. Got a PowerPoint here for you. At your last meeting, we were asked to look into conditional rezoning or conditional zoning. We've gone back and, as a staff, discussed and researched what other towns are doing. We discussed it with our planning board, and I'm bringing forward to you today just some background information and some things to consider before we go any further. Next slide, please. As you will recall, this came up in regards to a rezoning request for a parcel just off of Western Carolinian Circle, and the rezoning request was to go from R2 to C3 in order to build a new HVAC business, actually an old business, a valued business for the town, but a new use on this site. There was several concerns voiced by adjacent property owners. There's an issue in that the lot is within the area of the Fresh Pond Environmental Area of Concern, Area of Environmental Concern, or AEC as they call it. There's also a statement in our land use plan that very specifically says that residential property should not be rezoned to commercial property. This is kind of an interesting situation in that we don't have a similar statement the other direction. So this discussion, if one thing sort of raised to the surface, is this question about are we losing commercial land towards residential uses? And that's something that probably we need to think about going forward into the future. But for right now, our land use plan would not support this rezoning. So therefore, next slide, please. The Board of Commissioners asked us to look at something called conditional rezoning or conditional use district zoning. This is, in a sense, what we call spot zoning or contract zoning, which is kind of a quid pro quo, where a board would say, a governing body would say, we'll let you rezone if X, Y, and Z is also done. This imposes site-specific development standards on that lot as a condition of the rezoning. As it's a legislative action, obviously. It would be handled similar to a conditional use process. However, it should be noted that in North Carolina courts, some of these have still been challenged and have lost because spot zoning specifically is illegal. Now, just a clarification, the difference between spot zoning in the courts and conditional rezoning, and I'll always ask our attorneys to correct me if I may misstate anything, but as I understand it, spot zoning is when a board is imposing certain conditions. Conditional rezoning is allowed when an applicant actually comes forward and says, we'll do this as a way to to mitigate the impacts of what we're proposing. And if it comes from the applicant, then the board actually can avoid that quid pro quo concern of our courts in North Carolina. Next slide. There are several governments that have used this tool and built it into their development rules. Greensboro and Charlotte were sort of the first ones to do it. There's several court cases that look at Greensboro and Charlotte. The city of Asheville, Knightdale, and Currituck County also have this. And when I was talking to the planning director at Currituck County, I was trying to get at how is this helpful, and in what cases are you using it? And we talked about different situations, and in each of these governments, they're using this tool to create additional development guidelines in certain cases. In other words, where their zoning isn't quite meeting the need for what they want to see happen, they're supplementing designs onto specific sites in order to accommodate a certain use or rezoning. So for example, a zoning district could, if the district rules didn't allow a certain size buffering, with the site plan brought forward, if there's additional buffering that is required as part of that rezoning, then you're essentially supplementing what your current zoning regulations do. It's also used, for example, in Knightsdale, they sometimes use it to make zoning rules less restrictive, to make it more accommodating for certain types of businesses. in Currituck County, where they're a county government that have to focus zoning rules on a wide variety of different types of communities. They're using it to take a broad zoning district, their general business district, and add additional rules on a site-specific basis to make the development more amenable to the surrounding properties. So it's being used really where zoning's not working exactly how you want it to. There is specific legislative authority. You've heard me quote this before, but this is the General Statutes 160A-382, which gives local governments their authority to do zoning, and it includes this provision for conditional use zoning. I don't expect y'all to read that, but I did want to show that we have legislative authority to pursue this. Next slide, please. And there are some specific requirements that would need to be built into an ordinance that would go this direction. It would essentially follow the same standard as a rezoning. It would have to come before your planning board. They would have to make a recommendation. You'd have to look at any specific rezoning relative to the land use plan. It would then come before the Board of Commissioners with a public hearing. And then you would also have to look at conformance with land use plan and other town ordinances. And this is what's the sort of the crux of how this works, is that the conditions should only be specific to that site and proposed use. In other words, you can't use this process to change your district regulations globally. This is a site-specific rezoning, and the applicant themselves are bringing forward these site-specific recommendations. A lot of towns will actually require the applicant to meet with neighbors, to go through a technical review process or a design process with the neighbors to bring forward a recommended site plan for the board to consider. A lot of what the site plan might show hinges on this idea of reasonableness. It has to be additional buffering, for example, or traffic controls, or whatever those conditions are that are reasonable to the use. What you expect the use to do, how you'd expect it to impact the community, those are the types of things that you want the site-specific plan to address. So anyway, next slide. This is the sort of procedure that Currituck has been using. It's similar to Knightdale, similar to Asheville. And what it requires is a pre-application conference between staff and the applicant. There is either very strongly suggested or required a community meeting, which the applicant is responsible for doing. The applicant has to submit a site plan with their application for rezoning. The site plan should address the needs and concerns that came out of the community meeting. There's a technical review and staff report, similar to how we do here. And again, planning board recommendation, public notification and hearing, and then the commissioners would approve or disapprove of the rezoning. Next slide, please. So I was looking at the town of Nags Head and trying to figure out where this would apply, because one of the things we have to be careful with when we go through and change our ordinance is that we're not changing the ordinance just to accommodate a specific request, but we're looking at larger community goals and what we're trying to accomplish as a town. I could see that this tool might be helpful where you have these areas where commercial and residential zones are butting up against each other. And we have several areas like that. I would also see, we have the bypass, and we have a lot of residentially zoned property along the bypass, and that might be something we want to look at in terms of commercial uses. So we have some desirable property that could go either way, commercial or residential, and yet they're zoned certain ways. So this might be helpful in transitional areas, except that I would say our zoning districts work pretty well. I haven't been here a long time, but I have been very impressed with how rigorous our zoning rules are here in Nags Head. And they have been doing, as best I can tell, exactly what you've wanted them to do. They have been very protectionist of residential property. They have allowed commercial to exist in certain areas, but I will say that there are some rules that have made it difficult for commercial business. And those are some things we might need to look at, but I would suggest that that's a discussion to have separate from a rezoning process. And it could be helpful if you have a developer who just knows that they're going to build something that's going to impact their neighbors, and they want to go above and beyond what our district rules would apply. My response to that is anyone at any time, we would welcome them to go above and beyond what the district rules are. Zoning district rules are generally minimum requirements that are trying to keep the peace and trying to protect land values and public safety. So we're certainly willing to work with any applicant at any time to try and mitigate certain impacts that somebody might expect within our current rules. So next slide. So here's some of the areas you can see. Again, I don't expect you to see all the details, but these are some selections from our zoning map. And the different colors are various types of residential or commercial zoning districts. And you can see how we have commercial and residential kind of right up against each other. And another discussion might be that, you know, if we ever get to looking at our zoning map, maybe we want to create some more transitional types of zones or enterprise zones or business development zones. I think the real question, going back to the particular application that brought this up to begin with, is that an appropriate transitional or commercial zone? So next slide, please. So what I'm coming back to you with today is that I'm not sure that there is a larger public need addressed in pursuing a conditional use zoning action. And if there are some other areas, I've tried to look at it, but I'd welcome your feedback on that. If not, let's not proceed any further with this in terms of this particular case. And then also just to bring to your attention again that whether we do this action or not, we still have a specific case of a property that's being requested to be rezoned from residential to commercial, and our land use plan specifically says you can't do that. So we would have to amend our land use plan before we could rezone this property. Then I would say that maybe it is good that this has come up because maybe we need to have a broader discussion about our land use plan. They need to be updated every 5 years. We've got an update coming up in 3 to 4 years we can start working on. And there's some things like transitional zones that we might want to look at and ways to support local businesses that are already in existence. So maybe we can avoid losing more commercial properties to residential uses. And then we might want to think about more or less restrictive rules for the various districts themselves. And those are discussions that we're certainly we would welcome the opportunity to work on with you. There is, something that we could do maybe more with our conditional use, more with our rezonings in terms of just trying to create a sense of what will actually happen when we rezone this property. And, having people submit draft site plans is kind of a dangerous thing because you don't want to base a rezoning based on a specific use necessarily. But I think we do need to have maybe more discussion about what a rezoning would do, what a scenario would be in terms of a request for rezoning. And then again, when we revisit the land use plan, look at some of the issues that have been brought up as part of this discussion. Next slide, please. I think one positive thing that, oh, I guess that's the end. One positive thing is that I think this has brought to the surface our need to balance commercial interests and residential interests. And this town has been very protective of its residential communities in the past. This particular zoning request has really brought to light the conflict between residents who bought into a residential neighborhood and had a certain expectation, and now someone's coming in wanting to change one of the lots in there. And as our planning board noted, they felt like people have a right to have expectations in Nags Head, that if you buy into a residential district, you have a certain level of confidence that it's going to stay residential. If you open the door to conditional rezoning, that level of confidence can lower, particularly when you're in one of these kind of borderline districts where you're adjacent to a commercial district. So those were some of the things I wanted you to think about. I'd like to have your direction on where you want us to go from here. If you're still interested in pursuing conditional rezoning, we would develop a text amendment, bring it back through the planning board. I know we have some planning board members here, and I'd offer them the opportunity to speak, but generally saying the planning board was not very supportive of this idea of conditional rezoning, just in our general discussion. I think that's a fair statement. So I'm open to questions, or if you'd like to ask your planning board members some questions.
Questions for Ms. Teague?
Yeah, I have questions. I
Mr.
have a
Tim?
number of questions. You say this piece of land in question is in an area of environmental concern.
Yes, sir.
Right? Okay. A few years back, we discontinued use of Fresh Pond as a freshwater source, and that was in an area of environmental concern. What made that an area of environmental concern? Was it Fresh Pond or the Conservancy?
It was actually the Fresh Pond. It's a perimeter that's around the Fresh Pond. In your appendix of the land use plan, you'll see a drawing with the areas of environmental concern. And the Fresh Pond has a perimeter of environmental concern, which means, yeah, which means that if somebody were to develop something in there, it would be a major CAMA permit. Not that it can't be developed, but that you'd have to go through CAMA and make sure you're addressing any environmental issues that may be specific to that site.
Thanks. The land use plan.
Yes, sir.
How important is the land use plan in the decisions we make affecting Nags Head?
Well, I would say traditionally it has been very important that this town has been very diligent in pursuing policies that reflect the visions and goal statements of the land use plan that the board has adopted. In terms of the courts, I think that it's whatever the judge tells you. Unfortunately, I think that land use planning and land use plan documents are used in different ways by different local governments. And it's as important to Nags Head as you make it. And in this town, based on sort of the history of the decisions you've made, it has been a very important document.
Okay. On this piece of property in question, the applicant has requested a zoning change. Must he own that piece of property before we can make that change?
He is asking as a agent of the property owner at this point, knowing that if he can get the rezoning, then he will take control of that property and pursue his business plan. This is part of a due diligence type of arrangement where he's trying to see if this will work before he commits to that property, which I think is a very fair thing to do. That said, there's a time frame. Mr. McDonald did say he'd like to know within 60 days, and that's why I think if it's better to know now if you're not going to pursue this, so that we can go ahead and get back to him so that he can go forward with his plans or change his plans in either direction. But in all fairness to him, it's important to go ahead and process this decision.
Okay, you said spot zoning has been ruled illegal in North Carolina?
It has been.
Okay, how about conditional zoning?
Conditional zoning is sort of the loophole that the 2005 state legislative updates gave local governments to legally spot zone based on certain conditions. I don't know if Attorney Leidy wants to comment on that at all.
Yeah, that's exactly correct. And she's pointed out the distinction, which primarily is that with conditional use zoning or conditional zoning, the applicant and the town have to agree upon the conditions that are imposed. With spot zoning, the town would rezone something and impose conditions that the applicant may not accept. That's impermissible. So the conditional zoning sort of allows spot zoning by agreement, essentially is what it amounts to. That's the rule.
Does it have to be by agreement?
It has to be by agreement in order for it to be permissible.
Another, it's a very sort of narrow window of opportunity to decipher that. It's also called contract zoning. It can also be called contract zoning, which is a form of spot zoning. And you might hear that term as well or see it in some of the things you read.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
In reading your presentation as well as what was in our packet, it appears that should the board decide to go forward with conditional zoning or whatever, it's a little moot in this case. Is it not, as the law actually says, the owner of the property, Mr. McDonald would only be acting as an agent, so therefore he wouldn't be the legal owner, would he?
Well, I think given the direction of the board, then the onus would be on him to make his arrangements to figure out how to come back forward through you. At this point, you're right in that the application that he's provided to you now that you tabled is actually a standard rezoning. He's not the owner of the property yet, and it is in conflict with the land use plan. So until you change the rules and he comes back through with a separate application, I don't think you can take a positive action on what the initial application was.
Yep.
Elizabeth, excuse me. There is currently development in the area of environmental concern.
There is.
And there is commercial activity in that area. Is that true?
That is.
So that is something that possibly could, the objections through CAMA could overcome and have additional
Correct.
development.
It would have to go through a CAMA major permit.
Right. Okay. And I know you've only been here a short time, but you are aware that our land use plan has gone through many changes over the many years that we've had a land use plan.
As all land use plans should.
Yes. And it is recommendation versus policy.
Well, I think
a
that's...
guideline. Let me. It's
Okay.
been a guideline for this board and previous boards.
Again, it's as important as this board makes it.
There you go. Okay. What do you perceive, and you have fresh eyes here in Nags Head, what do you perceive for Nags Head in areas of where commercial abuts residential? Where do you see this as being a good tool? And I'm specifically, as you have put the map up there, did any particular area jump out at you? And of course, we're pretty developed, but I'm looking way to redevelopment.
I came full circle on this in the last month because I started trying to look at where would this be helpful. And to me, it was those transitional areas along your major thoroughfares where commercial and residential are abutting. You don't have a lot of good kind of transitional zones, as we call them. You do, however, have some older neighborhoods with mixed uses. And rather than a conditional zoning approach, what I would suggest is looking at your current ordinances and think about ways you can adapt the ordinance to be more accommodating to people who are trying to redevelop existing sites. For example, we have several commercial sites where they have parking lots, and a new developer comes in and wants to reuse that site, but say it's a different use. The way our parking rules are, there's certain numbers of parking spaces for various uses. So if you're bringing in a new use to an existing site, we're sometimes limiting people in what they can do just because of parking regulations. And I would like to see us re-examine our parking regulations, our stormwater and our landscaping regulations in one complete package and find ways to be more flexible to allow commercial businesses to redevelop existing sites. That said, I do not think in the case of Nags Head you should be any less protective of the residential properties that you've already identified and distinguished and been protecting over the years. This is a residential community. You have a service industry that supports those residents, supports tourism. There's in truth nothing broken. So I try not to mess too much with things that aren't broken. But I do believe there are some zoning changes we could do to be more supportive of businesses. I don't think conditional rezoning may be the tool that you're looking for. I think changes to your parking regulations, maybe loosening up some of those and trying to promote redevelopment of existing sites, trying to make it easier for people to come in and reinvest in property that's already been developed, that might be very helpful. Sidewalks, bicycle lanes, ways to create connectivity between parking lots, ways to create connectivity between residential and commercial uses. These are things that could support both residents and commercial uses in ways that would promote preservation of residents and commercial spaces, and maybe a reduction on making these thoroughfares that seem to divide our town a little bit more accessible, and bring these areas of the community together again. So my two sort of, in answer to your question, in summary, would be, let's look at the existing ordinances we have first, and let's do better at creating connectivity for pedestrians, bicyclists, and other modes of transportation other than just cars.
Well, I just want to tell you that I appreciate your time and effort in getting such a thorough overview of what conditional zoning is and how it works and how it may not work.
Right.
Here. Thank you.
Okay. Anything else?
Mr. Ramel? As far as I'm concerned, the subject's moot. It's, she told us we can't do it. Let's move on. Tell Mr. McDonald that, it was a good try. Appreciate it, but it's over with. I mean, all the areas between commercial and, I haven't found one that everybody just loves being backed up to a commercial piece of property. There are always going to be conflict areas. This happens to be one of them. But from what I understand, we're basically would be opening Pandora's box again by making a change here. So, I was for it. I'm for the promotion of commercial property. I think I agree with Anna. We're losing a lot of commercial property. What can we do about it? But with the way that the economy is now, with what's going on with all these vacant buildings and other things, we just need to move on. This isn't the place to make any changes.
John, there was a motion to table for up to 60 days. Can that motion be rescinded and action taken? Or was it time specific? To 60 or up to 60?
I don't recall exactly what the specific action was. I thought it was tabled for 60 days to give the staff an opportunity to come forward with this particular presentation, which I think would mean the 60-day period is absolute.
Okay.
It was not for up to. That's what I recall, but I would defer to the clerk.
Did you say you would defer to the clerk?
Yes, the town clerk.
Who? That's you.
Could I ask a question on that point? Mayor, John, could the applicant withdraw his application at this point if he wanted to and move forward?
He could.
Okay.
He could do that.
Give us just a second to find exactly what the motion
It may
was
be in the
back there
minutes.
on the table.
It says table for 60 days.
60 days.
Oh, I remember
Okay, so we will address it. It will be on that agenda 60 days from when that meeting was. And may I make just a couple of comments on this, on the proposal? I think Elizabeth's comments on the land use plan are very accurate in terms of what it suggests in there. And while it has seen a lot of changes, I think that restriction of going from residential to commercial it's been in there at least since 1980, I believe. I can't go much farther back before then. But I think Elizabeth also hit on some themes that we have been pursuing, and that is looking at the nonconformity changes that we've made. I think we've been making those efforts to make redevelopment more possible and allow people to reinvest in their property down here. And I think that suggestion of looking at the parking and the landscaping and the stormwater all in one package, those are kind of the bottlenecks on a lot of things, especially with redevelopment. So I think that's an excellent suggestion. I'm not a fan of conditional rezoning. I feel like it leaves too much up to us. I'd rather have the rules in writing that everybody goes by. I think there's a danger in leaving it up to the 5 individuals that are sitting up here. With that said, is that all? Any other comments on this subject? Okay, we will put this on the agenda and bring Mr. McDonald's request back up. I'm going to take a brief recess, and we'll be back in 5 to 10 minutes. We're going to come back into session. Our next item of business is old business. With the board's permission, I'm going to address something that's under my agenda, which is the Bridhaven status right now. And just wanted to give folks an update on where we are at today, and not make you actually have to wait around to the end of our meeting, which is when this is on the agenda for, so bear with us. We have been attempting to negotiate with Bridhaven on a lease for the property. We're not in agreement yet. A lot of the discussion centers around the certificate of need and who owns that certificate of need. Our goal is to have good long-term health care in Nags Head and in Dare County, and our goal is to have it continuously. That is the difficult part with it. We're working with Bridhaven, but we don't quite see eye to eye on some of these things. Our goal is to have physical improvements made to the facility. It's been maintained, but I think after inspection, and we've had some citizens go through it, but there are things that need to be improved on it. There are actually some functional obsolescences as well, where you've got 4 patients all being served by 1 bathroom. There's a need for investment in the facility. We had hoped to work with Bridhaven in making those improvements to the facility while it was still being occupied. I am not sure that we will be able to do that. We do have a lease that we proposed a lease, Bridhaven proposed a lease to us. We proposed some changes in that lease back to them. They have come back to us with a proposal. It does not, the key issue in it is the certificate of need. And we feel like the town is legally entitled to that certificate of need because when the bonds are paid off or on October 1st, we will own the real estate and all the equipment and furnishings inside. There's been interest from other management entities. What we have tried to do is negotiate with Bridhaven to keep it operating continuously and also make the improvements while the folks were there. Bridhaven they have come around a bit. They started out with only being willing to purchase the facility. They have come around to being willing to look at a long-term lease. The town is limited by state statute to a 10-year lease. If we do anything longer than a 10-year lease, by state statute, it has to be put out for bid. It goes into basically a public sale of property, and there's there's a process to go through on that, and it does throw it open to everybody. You are looking for, it's like an upset bid process. So we have offered a 10-year lease with some conditions, and one of those conditions is that we keep the certificate of need, that they acknowledge that that certificate of need does go with the real estate, which is what the State Commission on Certificates of Need seems to say. We will be seeking, we'll be considering that lease and seeking advice from our attorney. It'll be later in the meeting, but it'll probably also be in a closed session. So we may have some additional news later today, but I did want to give everybody just that information as to where we are today and what we are trying to do. I think everybody up here has probably had calls, and the concerns that are expressed are very valid. And I know that if you've got a loved one there, a period of weeks or months is a very distinct hardship, and we've been trying very hard to avoid that. We are not the ones necessarily in control of sending out the information that's being sent out, and Bridhaven has used that. Threat's probably not the right word, but I think they've been very willing to say, look, we're going to shut it down if you don't do what we want. And we have, I think, an obligation and a duty to take the best care of that asset and use it in the best way to provide that long-term health care for the residents of all of Dare County, and that's what we intend to do. I just wanted to bring folks up to date. You are more than welcome to stay through the meeting. We will be discussing this a little bit later in the meeting, but part of that discussion will probably take place in closed session in order to seek advice from our attorney. That said, we're going to move on to old business item number 12. And it's a consideration of a budget adjustment number 1 to fiscal year 11-12 to modify the water rate. Ms. Kenny?
This adjustment includes one request, and that's to reduce anticipated revenues from water sales and increase use of retained earnings in order to eliminate the 5% increase in water rates that was included in the adopted budget.
Questions for Ms. Kenny? Yes, ma'am.
Kim, the wholesale water rate is decreasing, is that correct?
It decreased last January. We won't know we'll get another new rate until next January.
Okay. Based on sales to date, how much more revenue has that decrease brought into us?
I'm not sure how to answer that.
Okay. Let me phrase it a different way, perhaps. Based on the historical data of the past year, if we were to apply that decreased rate to it, how much more revenue would we have gained based on sales of the last fiscal year?
I don't know that off the top of my head. It certainly is a lower cost than we paid last year. We're also increasing the amount of gallons we've purchased.
The point you're making is that the cost of the water to us went down, and we increased our rates by, I think,
5%.
Last year was
10% last year.
Yes. Yeah.
So I guess the point where I was trying to get at was if we increased our water rate 10% last year, and we know the wholesale water rate has gone down, therefore, we've got to be making more money based on the 10% and the lower cost.
That's correct. The recommended 5% was based on completely covering the estimated costs.
When we first brought this to you, you'll remember we had proposed we had told you it would take 20% to balance, and you made the decision, let's do 10% and see what that adjustment does. And we're estimating now that it would only take a 5% increase to get revenue and expenditures to balance. But we don't have the benefit of knowing that full adjustment yet.
But I guess where I'm getting at, we should have historical last fiscal year data to compare to with a 10% and lower water rate. We should have that available at our fingertips.
Understood.
Because if staff is opposing this, then give us some basis and facts, figures to go on.
Well, I think without the wholesale, I think what he started to say, without the wholesale water, without the decrease in the wholesale water rate, we were going to have to increase rates by 20% to offset costs. The reason that we're only looking at 5 was because of the effect of the lowered cost from that wholesale water rate.
Do we need the 5% as recommended by LGC?
Only to meet the LGC recommendation. Only to, in order to be compliant, in order to have the revenues and the expense to balance, we need the 5%. but we're doing that because the LGC has told us that that's a strong recommendation, and we generally err on their side when their recommendations come out. But I don't think we need it to be for our water fund to be solved.
Yes, ma'am.
Kim, did I hear you start to say that we are buying more water?
Yes, there has been, I don't know the exact amount, but there has been an increase in gallons purchased.
Okay. Do we get a cut the more we,
No, but what happens is the way that the wholesale water rate is calculated, a large portion of it is fixed costs. So as your gallons produced goes up, those fixed costs get spread over a larger number of gallons, which should further bring them down.
Okay. My recommendation is, and I like to do what the LGC recommends on a regular basis, but I think we need another year to get a bigger picture of really where we are. Just like Renee pointed out, it's very good point, I had forgotten that with the decrease in the wholesale water rates and with the full increase of 10% we had last year, I believe that we need another full year before we can really see, are we really that far behind? We may only need a 2% increase in order to, adhere to their recommendation, which is strong. I understand that, Cliff, but I just don't think we're there. I'm comfortable with not implementing this 5% increase this year.
And I can also say that the benefit of the reduced wholesale water rate affected January to June, not the full fiscal year, which would further support what you're
Right.
saying.
I think that's what I was trying to get. That then you'll have a whole year, a real year, to get a clear picture.
Yes, ma'am. Commissioner Wild?
I never have understood the issue about the solvency of the water system. Our water system is solvent. So, I support whatever the recommendation is. If it's not to increase, it's fine.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Believe it or not, I agree with Anna.
Made my day.
There are two factors that I look at, y'all, and I think we're probably unusual in one of them, and that's the approximately $515,000 that we return from the water fund to the general fund as reimbursement for overhead and administrative costs.
Mm-hmm.
That and the fund balance that the water fund carries,
Right.
those two things make me pretty comfortable. And the shortfall was still significantly less than that $500,000 that we returned back to the general fund. So that's kind of the balance that I look at. I don't think every water fund has that same process that we do. Pretty sure of it.
And if we're buying more water, Nags says water rate is the more you use, the more you pay.
Yeah, ours is.
Yeah. So if somebody's using more water, they're gonna be paying more, and we're gonna be paying less.
Mm-hmm. So, do we need a motion?
Yes, ma'am.
I make a motion that we, let me see, remove the 5% water rate increase, which was included in the budget adjustment.
So that's a motion to approve budget adjustment number 1.
Oh, okay, that's what you want to do. Okay, yes.
That's,
Yes, thank you, Bob.
no, ma'am.
Clarification.
We have a motion, we have a second. Is there further discussion? All those in favor of the motion, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, like sign. Motion passes unanimously. Thank you, Ms. Kim. Y'all are still in good with the LGC. You recommended those darn elected people.
I wonder if it would be prudent to write a memo or, a little note to the LGC, letting them know why we didn't.
We will.
And because we do have good reasons.
We'll
But, the mayor pointed out two very good reasons.
Just send them a copy of what's in the water fund balance.
And what is owed the water fund from the town.
Our next item of business is new business, committee reports. Commissioner O'Malley, any committee reports?
Since I was out of town, Roberta attended the last Government Access Channel meeting, and I'll let her report. In my stead. I even gave her my proxy.
The last Government Access Channel meeting was last week, where we learned that the state's franchise fee pool is increasing from $2 million to $4 million. I'm not sure exactly when, but that will increase significantly for us. That's good news. That's split between 121 channels, of which Dare County has 10. Okay. We also approved the Local Development Initiative Program, where with the Channel 20 and 19 dole out part of these franchise fees, $20,000 grants for this next fiscal year. We approved a few grants for Kitty Hawk, Duck, Kill Devil Hills, and UNC CSI for some equipment to increase programming. Alan Massey's working on a quote to increase, to upgrade our sound system here, and that's what we'll ask for, and we'll come back to you with that. That's all I have. Any questions?
UNC CSI?
Yes, they're a member
Don't they
now.
have their own money?
Yes.
I'm sorry?
Don't they have their own money?
They do.
But be careful, because that's where some of it's coming from.
Okay.
Yes, they're paying into the entire pool.
Okay, so they've joined that.
Absolutely.
Okay. Good.
Thanks.
Anything else, Commissioner?
No, sir.
No, sir.
No, that's my report.
Thank you, sir.
Well done.
The Tourism Board, which will not meet this month, has met, and just going over the occupancy and meals tax, they remain strong. There also the Tourism Board Windmill Point Committee is trying to come up with ideas and guidelines for the use of that property. It was very successfully used, as we all know, with a carnival. And I'm proud to say Nags Head was the first entity to be able to use that piece of land. And it's going to work well. I know it is. But there are no final decisions yet, so I'm sure the August meeting will have a little more, a few more ideas. I know the Chamber of Commerce has got some ideas. And so I hope you'll hear some guidelines or something set. They are trying to figure out what infrastructure could be put over there without it being expensive and deemed as permanent, since the building itself is still long out in the future. The Tourism Board, of course, is supporting the July the 8th North Carolina Symphony, which will be over on Roanoke Island. And in case of rain, even though we need it generously, hopefully it will not rain Friday night. That is July the 8th. In case of rain, I think that's going to be at the First Flight High School. The final report of the birthday committee. I don't know if you want that now or under my agenda, but it could be lengthy, so maybe we might
Let's
want
put
to
it under your agenda if we can.
I see that John Ratzenberger is here and will probably sit through the rest of the meeting. John, please, thank you. But I think we can all say that we had a wonderful birthday party. We'll celebrate it till the end of the year, but it was a great way to go out with that 5-day carnival. So again, thank everyone here that participated, and that's all my report.
Well, thank you. I think the town and the 50th birthday committee set a high bar and a great example for use of that property. Well done. Commissioner Graham?
No.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Just the Brett Haven, I think you covered that quite well.
Thank you, sir. Next on our business is consideration of a request from Elizabeth and Ben Riley for waiver of a water impact fee. Ms. Teague?
Morning. I believe Mr. Riley is here, and I'd like to give him an opportunity to explain his position to you. As you'll see from the staff report, they are in the process of doing a renovation to their existing home. The renovation perimeters will place the home over 3,000 square feet. On our water consumption unit fee schedule, homes over 3,000 square feet are charged 2 water consumption units or 2 WCUs. So with the building permit, we're adding a WCU because they're going over 3,000 square feet and giving them credit for the existing structure that's already there of the 1 WCU, again, in accordance with the fee structure. You'll see from the staff report, too, we took a step back to look at that fee structure and see if it might be an opportunity or a good time to just revisit that fee structure and see if there is an issue of unfairness in some of these situations. As you know, I guess this has come up fairly recently in a number of occasions. Staff, Ralph Burrill, Dave Clark, myself, building inspector David Morton got together and we sort of looked at how WCUs are applied in building permits and generally. We feel pretty strongly that the WCU fee structure is important. These fees go towards supporting the fund, the water fund, and will be used on occasion for maintenance, expansion of infrastructure, repair, and that fee is important for this town in particular if we have some sort of event where we have to rebuild a portion of our water system. So it's a fee that's been applied universally to all residential construction, and at this point we don't see a need to change it. In fact, as the town is built out, it's actually fairly important that we take advantage of that opportunity in order to place those funds into the water fund for future use as we need it. So with that, I guess I'm happy to answer any questions, and again, the Rileys, I believe, are here to explain their position.
Any questions for Ms. Teague?
I do have.
Yes, ma'am.
Elizabeth, when you've looked at the fee structure, I mean, I know it's always been, and again, sometimes we find changes need to be made as we've progressed along. Have you or your staff looked at the feasibility of perhaps if it is a reconditioned or, enlargement rather than new, if there would be any merit in reducing the amount for...
We did, and I think staff would be supportive if you wanted to prorate a water construction unit after 3,000 square feet. For example, it's kind of across the board. Over 3,000 square feet, you get charged an additional WCU, but maybe you want to prorate it between 3,000 and 4,000 square feet, it would be half a WCU, which at the current fee structure is, $1,500 instead of $3,000. And then above 4,000 square feet, it would be a full WCU. That would be something that we would support in the case of renovation.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah, I have a question there.
Mayor Pro Tem?
In talking with you and yourself and Cliff yesterday, in fiscal year 09 and 10, there was 5 people there were 5 buildings in the town of Nags Head that was reconstructed or remodeled that had to pay that impact fee. Is that correct? Yes, sir.
Correct.
And that 5 would be $3,000 apiece, $15,000. Do we need that $15,000 that bad in our water fund? Do we have to put this tax on people? I personally think it's an unjust tax because they have paid the $3,000 one time, or how much it is for the original house. And I think in this case, the guy is going from $1,334 to $3,555. Well, that's doubling it, but still, he's paid the water impact fee one time. Why are we doing that to our private citizens? People that live in the house, I don't think they're going to use any more water. The applicant in particular lives on the west side. He's not going to be renting his house to people. And I think we need to do something with it, do something about it. It would be hard to help this guy because he's already paid the fee and there's a few behind him that's paid it. But I think it's an unjust tax.
Well, one thing, I agree with Wayne. One thing that we need to remember, WCU stands for Water Consumption Unit. And the reason, thinking back years ago, why we went to it. Why we went to it years ago was the need for water. We had a problem. We had to have somebody help pay for it. That's what happened. We have now corrected those problems with our water system. I mean, no matter how you do it, you know, our residents, he's putting an addition on his house. He's not going to use any more water. If it is, it's going to be minimal. Just charge him another $3,000 or whatever it is really, and truthfully, I really think it's over the top. If you want to prorate it or do a little bit more because of that, then fine, we can talk about that. But to charge him a full water consumption unit is not necessary because the need is not there. The need is not. She's right. I mean, we need to maintain levels in order to maintain the system, to pay for maintenance and repair and all those other things. But we don't need to be charging a resident, you know, for a water consumption unit for each time he puts on a few more or a little bit more square footage on his house or puts on an addition. That system is in place, been paid.
I do believe, though, when you remodel and you go from 3,000 to 6,000, that you might be using more water because I have an idea you're adding another family in that house. And I like Elizabeth's touching on the allocating a less amount from going from 3,000 to, say,
Right.
4,000, and then if you're over that, I think there should be a level. I don't think you should just pay one fee for a massive home, because we all know what the larger houses can accommodate and the water use. So I don't know if we need to table this and let staff bring back something that is a little less rigid in monetary cost, or, you know, I mean, that's my thinking. I can't do away with it completely, but I would like to see some relief on the renovation, or it doesn't even have to be renovation. It could be, if someone wants a 4,500 square foot home, it could cost 3 plus 1.5.
That's true. It would be important as an issue of fairness to keep it the same for renovation as with new construction.
Right.
So right now, based on a water study that was done many years ago that looked at the water use based on the size of the house, that 3,000 square foot threshold was established. Anybody that's done building in this town has paid that fee. Beyond 3,000 square feet, we have a fee structure where someone who's adding, up to 3,200 square feet is paying the same amount as a 4,500 square foot house. And I can see that there would be an opportunity there to maybe prorate it after 3,000 square feet. Maybe you charge half a water consumption unit up to for every 1,000 feet. 1,000 square feet that you add. We'd have to go back and look at the original study to try and make sure that we're on target with the impact fee versus the impact, and we could come and bring you back a recommended fee structure.
There was a pretty significant correlation. I remember the study that was done originally, and there was a pretty significant correlation between houses being over 3,000 square feet and increased water consumption. And this is something that we've done in a couple of areas, not just with water, but also with facility fees. I told somebody that when we built our office building over there was $17,000 in facility fees that were all for those additional police cars, additional recreation needs that would come along eventually, not necessarily right then, but everybody that does new construction is contributing to those future needs. And that's really what this fee is about, is that capital needs of the water system. With that said, I think I could support that graduation where from 3,000 up to 3,999, it's a half a WCU, and then from 4,000 to 5,000, it's a whole WCU.
I could support that, but also don't want us to forget that part of the money, reason we do this is not necessarily because we've done it all, but because we're going to have to buy additional trains at the RO plant. This money isn't just going to sit there. It's for future capital cost, because when we hit a certain threshold of water, and we're talking about we're selling more water, if we exceed that supply for so many days, there's a trigger that comes in where we're gonna have to buy another train. And that's gonna be a huge capital cost. So we're not just holding this money, but I would support a graduated fee structure.
The houses on the west side, I know it's hard to separate them from the ocean front. But when you've got 4,000 square feet on the ocean front with 25 people in on a weekend, they use a lot of water. But the people with 3,200 square feet on the west side don't use that much water. I mean, just the applicant here, I don't see that big of an increase in water. I personally would like to go back a year and give people their money back. I think it's an unjust tax. And it is a tax. You can call it what you want. But I think we need to do away with it. Not in increments, but I mean we need to do away with it. They paid their water fee one time, and I think that's enough.
So are you saying you'd support that for any house that was over 3,000 square feet in Nags Head?
Well, that's something we got to work out, because on the ocean front, which will affect my wife's family, not me.
Watch it.
But I mean, I know how much water they use, but I'm quite sure if you check with the applicant here or the gentleman with a request, you'll find that he don't use anywhere near that amount of water, and he never will. And I just think this $3,000 impact fee is unreasonable. And he's already paid it, from what I understand, from staff. And I'd say give it back to him and go back a year and give. There's got to be a cutoff somewhere. Make it a year. I don't know how many is paid in the last year, but I think it would be the right thing to do and stop it.
Other questions or comments from the board for Ms. Teague? I think we do want to give Mr. Riley an opportunity to speak.
Yeah, I would like to say, regardless of how this turns out, we would like to go back and revisit how this fee is, how the information about this fee is transferred. We need to do a better job of putting it on our fee schedule and on our building information. And I think part of the issue is that sometimes in a renovation, this is taking some people by surprise, and we need to correct that. So.
And that can be corrected either way.
Correct.
I agree. I think we all agree wholeheartedly that everybody should know what
Up
that
front.
fee structure is.
Yeah.
Sir?
Good morning. I, like Ms. Bradshaw, spoke early this morning. I'm a nurse, and I guess it's just hard for nurses to speak to a bunch of people. It's much easier to speak to a person you're taking care of. I agree with Mr. Gray in that refunding the money would be probably the best thing. But that's two of my reasons for coming here today was to, one, to find a solution, because I don't think it's fair to have, you know, if I built a 2,999 square foot house, I'm not using any more water than if I built a 30, I think we're at 35, 55 is our total square footage when all is said and done. We're actually living in the house my wife grew up in. We were originally on lots 107 and 108. We're now 107A. Two lots combined into one, which therefore decreases the water consumption units because we're not going to build another house there. Another family's not going to come in. You know, could have very easily been another family of 5 that came in, built a house. There's definite increase in water consumption there. So right there, we're looking at decreasing, we're not increasing. When I originally started doing this project, I went, talked to Dabney, talked to Kelly, talked about what fees, what I could build, what I couldn't build. It was never mentioned, but I never asked the question. Because I looked at the fees, I looked at the fee schedule. There's nothing there in the fee schedule that says anything over 3,000 square feet. In the, when I heard about the 3,000 square feet, I went to the Builder Inspector Handbook, Section 1, New Construction. Water impact fees per unit, $3,000. 3,000 or more square feet per unit, $6,000. Section 2, remodeling, additions, accessory structures. It lists fees based on cost of construction, but no WCUs or water impact fees. I looked and I could not find anything about this fee. Everything was shown, everything was found. It's new construction, not remodels or additions. When I received the agenda for this meeting, it referenced 44-162. Part D states, impact fees for water consumption units and tap fees are contained in the town's consolidated fee schedule. The consolidated fee schedule under water rates and impact fees is nothing about 3,000 square feet for remodels or additions. Went to section alterations, additions, remodel. There is a section that mentions water impact fees. Water impact fees should be $3,000 per WCU or any fraction thereof for development or redevelopment which increases water consumption. Again, increasing water consumption. I've gone from 2 lots to 1 lot. In our remodel, we're replacing all our toilets, going to 1.2 gallon, more water friendly toilets. We're also installing rain barrels to water the plants. I mean, there's right there in the speech, it says, which increases water consumption. 100% decrease in water consumption for the town of Nags. I've called the other municipalities in northern Dare and talked to the county, and no one charges these fees. Our neighborhood is not a rental community. It's a year-round, family-oriented place where everybody knows each other. Excuse me. One thing I'd like to see done is a change, and you guys have already discussed the change. Up in the town of Duck, they've got, which I think Nags does, they've got parking spots per bedrooms, which if you live on the ocean front and it's a year-round house, is difficult. You've got to have a parking lot out in front of your house because you've got 7 bedrooms. What they've done, they've put a deed restriction on there. If you're a year-round resident, you don't have to have 17 parking spots if you got 17 bedrooms. If Nags did something similar, I don't know if that's feasible, to do something like that, have a deed restriction, have a year-round owner-occupied dwelling, and it's 3,555 square feet, there's no, if someone comes later and buys the house, we sell the house, and someone decides to rent it, at that time, maybe charge some kind of water consumption unit fee. But there's no literature, and it's very difficult to find. For me, it was a hidden fee until my builder came to me, who had never heard of it. He's built houses in Nags before. He's never heard of the fee. It was very difficult to find. And only until I got the agenda that I saw 44-164 did it say I needed to pay this $3,000 fee. My solution there was to do some kind of, I don't know if you can do a deed restriction or something like that for year-round residents, owner-occupied, or do something to help out the people. I could have very easily made my addition 2,999 square feet with some storage space and converted that storage space later on. I don't know what the exact number is, but talking to people, I know there's been a number of additions done that have gone to 2,999 square feet. It's difficult when you're trying to build a house for you and your family, and you get this, for me, an absurd charge. It's, I hate to keep harping on it, but we've 2 lots, which 2 houses could have been built on, increase in the water consumption, down to 1 lot, decrease in the water consumption, and that's what the literature states, increase in water consumption. I thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Riley. Appreciate your coming. Any questions for Mr. Riley? What's the pleasure of the board? I'm not sure I heard a consensus anywhere. I heard a couple of comments about being willing
I got to restate my position. The water consumption process started with the village of Nags Head. That's the way I remember it. When we started developing, and the reason was we started realizing, well, gee, we're putting these mega oceanfront houses out there, and the use of water and all that kind of stuff. So they went with the water consumption. It was a fair and equitable way to do it and keep up with the needs to take care of the system for the future. We have, over the years, kept up with the system, done what we needed to do in order to maintain the water system, take care of the obligation. We now have even moved farther by letting the county, move in. We have adequate money to do that. I agree with Mr. Raleigh. I mean, if anything, it's a decrease because you could have had another house there. So, I mean, I would like to see him, I would like to see him not charge the $3,000 for it. But if it's an equitable solution that you're looking for, then prorating a square footage thing might be the way to do it. But, you know, the other thing, the major thing you need to do is make sure that people know what, I mean, he was all of a sudden thrown into the light about, oh, there's another 3,000 feet, it goes to the state of Nags. So, you know, we dropped the ball on that.
I will say my recollection of water WCUs was we had a moratorium at one point
We
where
did.
we didn't have enough water. Nobody built. We had a lottery, I believe.
That was correct.
But that was a while ago. And I think the village's role in that was the village developer put in a couple $1 million, I think, and that was what we used to join that regional water authority. That actually paid for that reverse osmosis plant.
The water system became overtaxed when we developed the village of Nags. And I'm not blaming it because the village of Nags has been a great thing. I mean, that's not the issue here. The issue here is the water system and how we went about paying for it and getting the job done. And we've done that. We've done that. The water consumption units is a thing. It's an impact fee when you build. Maybe like Ben said, if you want to charge, I mean, there's a fee schedule involved with anybody that does anything in the town of Nags Head, you know, a renovation factor. Maybe there should be, you know, a few $100 involved in, you know, if you're not going overboard with a humongous mansion. Like Wayne said, the reduction, I mean, the use of water on the west side, he's not going to increase his water. If anything, he's going to decrease it based on his ability to build another house on that lot. I mean, I got this, I hate it, but I got the same situation. So I mean, I don't know. I mean, I don't know. I could support either way. You know, I think probably the fair and equitable way to do it is to prorate, maybe based on the square footage. I don't know, but you know, I'd be willing to listen to what the recommendation would be from the.
I mean, I do think it's important to recognize that we will continue to have future capital needs.
Yes, we are. You know, I think that Doug's and Wayne both are right, which is unusual for me to say that. But you know, if he is recombining these lots and making 2 lots one, that is an option that we have to only charge 1 WCU if that occurs, which doesn't occur often in town, but when it does, it actually takes 1 lot out of service. So that lot will never use. So that would be my suggestion, is if you are recombining, whether it's original dwelling or in you know, you have an old house and you bought the house next door, to only have that one. Number 2, I still go to the fact that we're going to have capital improvements down the road, whether we're sitting here or not, and we cannot go back to the public and say we screwed up. Now we need to charge. Now we need 30% water rate increase. So I believe Elizabeth is on the right track with a graduated charge past that 3,000 square foot. And I would just suggest that we need to let her come back with something. But I do feel that he is right. He's taking that lot out of water consumption completely. And I do not want to get into deed restrictions. That is government stepping right into your house.
Well, like
and being a realtor, I do not want to go through that nightmare.
That's a good idea, but you combination of lots.
Yeah, I think it's.
How do you feel with what you're saying?
Thank you, ma'am. Good.
I'd like to see us modify our fee structure and do a graduated, and also might need to add language about if lots recombined into one, as well as with the graduated fee structure. Take a look at that. But that would be my suggestion. Have staff bring something back.
Mayor Pro Tem.
I have no choice but to agree with you guys, but I think that, I think it's an unjust tax. I think one time you pay it, that's enough. Especially on just on remodeling.
Just a question of that. When did we start charging for WCUs? Because I suspect that house was probably built before we started charging for WCUs.
Well,
that's just
I mean, today, if you build
specific.
one, you would pay it.
Yeah.
And if you increase it over 3,000 square feet, you're going to pay it again. Now, Doug said we started paying WCUs when they developed the village. And I think he may be right, because I remember a lot of controversy over WCUs after they built the village. After it was developed, then Mr. Ammons come back with a handful of.
Well, they paid for
They prepaid.
600 or 700 WCUs up front.
Yeah, they did, but when they finished, didn't they come back and want the money back for what was left?
Correct.
Yeah.
For what they didn't use, they wanted their money back. That was exactly right.
I hear board consensus to look at a tiered arrangement. Would y'all consider also looking at it as being retroactive, going back to a certain point in time? I'm not sure what that point in time would be.
Yes, I would.
Well, again, excuse me, let me interrupt. I think the thing about combination lots should be given a great amount of consideration here, because he's absolutely right.
Speaks to that water
Right.
consumption piece of it.
So that needs to be addressed too.
May I make a suggestion that instead of going back retroactively, that you take a look, if somebody has recombined a lot, let them come in and ask for an appeal
Right.
to that, as part of that fee structure, rather than just wholesale going back.
That seems,
I would agree with that.
I can see the rational connection there. You got enough direction?
I do. We'll go back and look at all of those issues. We may not be able to do the retroactive thing equitably. We want to do it in a way that it's fair for everyone. So we'll look at that and bring in a suggestion at the next meeting.
And look at include that lot recombination.
Lot recombination and a graduated fee schedule after 3,000 square feet. Thanks.
Thank you, ma'am. Y'all were a little bit late on our time-specific item, and that is, we're glad to see Dr. Khanna and Mr. Allen here. Thank you, guys. Appreciate you coming, and it's looking really good. Cliff, did you want to?
We'll start with Dr. Khanna if he has any updates as to where we are. You've been hearing from me for the past several months and year over updates on beach nourishment, so I'm sure you're glad to see two fresh faces on. You all know Dr. Khanna.
I'm not sure I'd call him a fresh face, but
Dave Allen's a fresh face. We'll introduce a fresh face after Dr. Khanna.
Yeah, well, it's nice to have a more important person here by far than me. And first I want to say thank you for all the support that we've gotten on this project, particularly from the town staff. I see a number of people around here from Kevin and Cliff and Carolyn and Roberta. We've had a tremendous amount of coordination. Marvin has been out just about every week. We have weekly progress meetings at 9 o'clock over in the conference room in City Hall. So if anybody wants to get an update, those are open to everybody.
And that's 9 o'clock on Thursday, sir?
9 o'clock on Thursday mornings. We usually just do the plan of the day. Somebody from our company in Great Lakes is there. It's not always the same ones. And then a number of people from the town to coordinate. So thank you, all of you, for extraordinary support, which has been just marvelous. Where we are is we started pumping on the 24th of May. I know Anna Sadler was out there that night, and a couple of you, I think, Mayor, you were there that night too. So far, we have completed officially 11,750 feet and about 825,000 cubic yards in terms of pay volume. But in actual amounts of sand on the beach, we're at about 1.2 million cubic yards as of now. This weekend, we hit the big milestone of the first million cubic yards on the beach. We're working with 2 dredges. Up until the 26th, the Liberty Island, that's the hopper dredge that started the project in May, was on site, but it had to go up to Norfolk for some repairs, and Dave will address when it's going to come back. The Cutterhead, Texas, now that's a different type of dredge. That's one that just anchors as a barge and swings back and forth and pumps directly to shore. That dredge came on site around the 20th and started pumping on the 21st of June, and it's been working away. Yesterday, Dave says they pumped over 60,000, almost 60,000 cubic yards in one 24-hour period. Anytime we can exceed 50,000 yards a day per dredge, we're doing extraordinarily well. The Liberty Island, at its max capacity, can do about 40,000 cubic yards a day. So when the Liberty comes back this month, in a week or two, we expect to have a couple of bang-up days where we do about 100,000 cubic yards per day. Remember, we're trying to get to 4.6 million cubic yards. Right now, the schedule calls for wrap-up sometime in September, and obviously that schedule's in flux. And I'll let Dave Allen from Great Lakes speak to that. The main impact areas at the moment are right near Juncos Street down at the south end. That's, I think most of you are familiar with Juncos. We're working north at a rate of about 300 feet per day. When the Liberty Island comes back, it will resume work just south of the Comfort Inn. The street there is it's close to Huron Street, but we're working north, and we've got about 2,000 feet to go until we match up with the Jeanette's Pier run, and then they'll turn and work south from there. The idea is for the Liberty Island working south to meet the Texas, which is working north, somewhere in the vicinity of the Outer Banks Pier. And so that should hopefully happen this month. Now, let's see. We've also had good coordination with CAMA. Those folks have been here every week. Lynn Mathis and John Cece. They've had to address the sandbag issue, and without going and belaboring that, they've issued notices to all the property owners who have exposed bags to remove their bags. Fortunately for us, on an operations side, the beach has accreted to where there aren't too many properties that are directly impacting the fill template. And in fact, that's kind of a good news. Because of the summer accretion, we're actually having to place the new material a little bit seaward, so we're not even getting into the dune area, which is good news. And I'll be happy to answer more questions about that if I can figure it out. The pre-dredge beach condition, when we started pumping, was substantially better than it had been back in November. So we had to make adjustments to all the fill templates. So you might see some differences in what you expected and from place to place. But it's kind of a good news thing. The beach got healthier between November and June when we started measuring it. On average, it was about 10 feet wider. It doesn't sound like a whole lot, but in front of some of the houses, it was as much as 75 feet wider. So we had to make some big adjustments in a few places to make sure that we got enough material in. So the beach condition was good. Another offshoot of that, perhaps, and the fact that we've had really good weather the last month, is we've had 4 turtle nests as of this morning within the town boundaries of Nags Head. The fourth nest was found this morning at Baltic Street, which is just north of the project in that little section that's not going to be nourished. So that nest will be left in place. The other 3 have been relocated by the nest observers to Kill Devil Hills. And as far as other environmental protection goes, we have a trawler that works ahead of the dredge when the hopper is operating, crisscrossing back and forth to clear turtles out of the area if there are any. So that in a nutshell is where we are, and we're looking forward to another 2 months of good production before the weather starts hitting us. Any questions?
Questions for Dr. King? Thank you, sir.
Good morning. As Tim mentioned, when the dredge has been working, production has been very well. So the Texas hasn't been here that long. We did have an unfortunate incident with the Liberty Island. She had an engine repair on an engine that was just rebuilt in March. So a little bit unexpected for us, but we anticipate her to be back. I think last weekly meeting, I'd put it out there as the 16th of June. I think we're gonna they're working 24/7 on it right now, work through the holiday and everything like that. And so I think they could be back as early as probably the 13th. Could be Wednesday or something like that. So if she can stay on schedule and be back, and hopefully the weather stays how it is, Liberty should have good production when she comes back. I think, you know, it's not a major delay, but obviously any delays at this point push us further into September. We obviously want to avoid hurricanes and stay away from that as much as possible. On the flip side of it, the completion date is still, you know, early December, so we don't anticipate working anywhere near that, but we're still several months ahead of that. But you know, we anticipate both dredges. The material has been a pleasant surprise for us. The quality of sand, the borings look good, but still borings are just a representation of what's out there. So you never quite know until you completely get into it. And the quality of sand on the beach has been a pleasant surprise for us. It's been pumping well, and it's coarse enough that it seems to be staying on the beach very well. So production is a little bit higher than. I wouldn't be surprised if we're able to beat the production estimates a little bit, and that's mainly due to the quality of the material. So I'm not sure if there's questions on the schedule or questions with the dredges, but.
I have a question.
Commissioner Mallon?
At one time, we talked about a third dredge.
At one point, we
I
had
guess that went out the window. Went somewhere else.
Well, at one point, we had talked about having 4 dredges at one time. The biggest change that happened there was not even something that happened here. The Liberty Island wasn't originally supposed to show up until late June. And because of turtle issues down in Mayport near Jacksonville there at the Naval Station, they had too many turtles in the channel, and so they suspended that project earlier. So between her showing up a month early, it allowed us to get some more production in before that, and it really was if we would have known that all along, we probably would have only had the 2 dredges. The Liberty has other projects. I think her next project is going to be down in Panama City, Florida, and so she has some commitments there, but because she was able to show up early, she's able to do the work of those other dredges essentially, and so that's the reason it switched down.
Ma'am?
First of all, the sand is absolutely gorgeous, and you're doing great work. The noise factor is not so bad, even though some people may claim that. My question, I guess, is more of, and Commissioner O'Malley asked part of it about the third dredge, but my concern would be if the Liberty Island, this is its second breakdown, if it continues to have breakdowns, do you have a contingency plan to bring in more equipment to bring it back up to speed?
Yeah, we have a lot of equipment out there, and there's always possibilities. The Dodge and the Padre Island that were originally included in the schedule could still be an option. There may be an option of even bringing some other equipment in to help the Texas out to give her more pumping power. At this time, we're not planning on that. With the current delay, it's about 2 weeks, so it goes into September a little bit longer than we thought, but it'll basically, to kind of lay it out there, for us, and obviously with any business, time-wise, we still have a lot of time in the contract. We don't want to go that late because it doesn't make sense for us to take a lot of weather delays. That's just, in the end, we look at it financially, and for us to continue taking delays, it's not profitable for us by any means. So at some point, if the delays would continue, where work would continue too far into September or into October even, we would start to consider that. At this point, with only 2 weeks, we're not there yet, but with the amount of equipment we have, there would be things that we could do if necessary. So.
That's the big concern out there is people are kind of getting used to a schedule, and then it gets interrupted.
And I understand, and I would throw out there that if that original schedule that had those other 2 dredges in it for about a 3-week time in August, would have had 3 separate impact zones on the beach. There's the Texas can only pump in one spot, the Liberty can pump in one spot, and those other dredges would have had to be pumping in a 3rd spot. So on some level, even though I know the schedule is shifted a little bit for some of the rental properties and things like that. To bring in more equipment would also create a third spot on the beach that, not that we couldn't handle it, but there'd just be a third spot that everybody at the same time would be being impacted that way. So.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes. I agree with Renee. I remember when Tim brought to the board, I don't know how many years ago now, that sample of the sand from out in the borrow pits. We looked at it and looked at the sand on the beach and just knew if we could ever get that, it would work. And it does. It is absolutely incredible. I'd like to say that the sand and the work you've done outweighs all of the concerns that we have, but unfortunately, it does not. We are, excuse me, I can't begin to tell you how many eyes are on your project. Probably a whole lot more than anywhere in South Carolina or Georgia or Florida that you've pumped. And I either fortunately or unfortunately have a relative who works at a pier. And on that pier, people go to look at your progress, see where you're doing it, how it's coming along, and when they see in action, not only my relative, but those on the pier say, well, call Mrs. Sadler, she can tell you. I have fielded numerous calls. I feel like that Great Lakes or Tim, you should put me on your payroll, but there's a reason that I specifically wanted you and Tim here today, as well as Renee, and while you're not out working, of course, maybe with the Liberty down, they don't need you quite as much, but I have prepared something that I want to read, because I feel that those people who have called me, those people who have not been entirely convinced of your project, you need to hear through me their voice. So if you'll just give me a moment.
No problem.
The town board did not undertake lightly beach nourishment. We began our go alone, and I use that term because that was a term that Commissioner O'Malley used 8 years ago when we hired CS&E to be our engineers on this project. Just last fall, after 5 years of involvement in the permitting process, we received our permits, allowing us to do something unique, and that was dredging in the summer. Bids went out, financing was eventually secured, with some of the residents paying an additional 18 cents per $100 valuation for 5 years to fund the gap that we had. Great Lakes was awarded the bid. We thank you. Your reputation preceded you, and we certainly hope that we can say that when you finish. You began this spring with a very successful beginning. The sand is beautiful, the progress was more than what we'd expected, and Great Lakes has done a wonderful job. Your people are very professional and very dedicated to making sure sand is placed where it can be according to the dictates of the town. But the disappointment in the breakdowns you have experienced, while expected, have been greater than many of us have anticipated. We know that when you work equipment 24/7, these maintenance issues will arise. The latest one, however, is of great concern to many. The anticipated date of return of the Liberty is mid-July after its breakdown on June 26. And while we've been assured you will be able to finish the project by the end of September, should you have many additional breakdowns, we wonder what your plans are for a backup solution. The Texas has also been down, but not for a lengthy amount of time. Something else I wanted to bring up, you've experienced incredible good weather. I have been here for 43 summers. I can assure you, you've been really lucky. Usually we do not enjoy this length of time without a heavy northeaster that can last for days and possibly shut you down. Originally we were told we would have possibly 3 hopper dredges, but that the Liberty was doing such a great job, it's my understanding the other 2 won't be showing up. I now wonder, like so many, if maybe this is a contingency plan that you have in bringing one or the other. In closing, please know that your job is a first-class job. Our only concerns is that perhaps the lengthy breakdowns were not anticipated, and we would like for you to address the community and the board a contingency plan. We know that that you have to take into consideration the weather. We also know that our contract with you does not give us the ability to dictate how you do your work. I would not even want to proceed to do that. But the public, and in particular the paying public, we need to know what contingency you have if this rebuilt engine, for instance, breaks down again and you're out again for another 2 to 3 weeks. And thank you for taking your time today
No
and
problem at
coming
all.
and talking to us.
I guess first off, I wish I could take credit for the sand, but it's really your sand. We're just moving it around. So, but the contingency plans are out there, and I definitely appreciate the concern, and especially those that have paid extra money. In the end, the 4.6 million cubic yards of sand are going to be put on the beach, and I can tell you, my bosses, and I guess it goes all the way back to Great Lakes stockholders. They're the ones that I could probably even tell you have even graver concerns, because that sand's going to be put out there either way, no matter how much the cost is to us. And obviously, when we work further into the season and experience more weather delays and things like that, our cost is increasing, and in the end, it's still going to be those 4.6 million cubic yards that go on the beach. And so, well, I acknowledge all those concerns. We're even more concerned. I can tell you that we had a team of Caterpillar repairmen on that dredge 24 hours a day over the 4th of July holiday. And while they were not anticipated, we're definitely looking at other options. I mean, we're not seriously entertaining major options right now, because looking at our schedule, we still think that we're going to, I've put the date out there as late September, but I think if productions go well, we can beat that date. And even that date is still 2.5 months before our required completion date. So I understand the concerns. There's still a lot afloat in our schedule if something would happen. So I'm not sure if that alleviates the concerns, but I understand where you're coming from.
One last concern, and then I'm going to give it to somebody else. It has been rumored, and rumors are terrible, that should you not be able to finish the 4.6 million in the allotted time and the weather does become so bad, that you will just walk away and say you'll be back next year. Is that true?
I've not heard that rumor, so.
But it's not true.
No.
Okay.
I mean, we don't have any. We haven't not finished one of these yet, so.
So you're going to leave us with 4.6 million, even if it's
Yep.
December 31st.
Well, yep.
Okay.
I mean, I think they'd probably shut us down at some point, but yeah, we don't. We plan on finishing that. I mean, that's our required completion date, and I think there's stipulations in the contract. It gets awfully expensive after that date. I think that's an extra $10,000 we have to pay to you per day after that. So we've got a big incentive to finish before then. So
now that we've kind of put you on the hot spot, I would like for you to have the opportunity, because I did hear one the other day when I went to your meeting. Is there something that you want this board through Cliff to do for you that can help your job to make it easier? If it has to do with easements or whatever?
I don't think I feel your pain on the on some of the complaints that you take, and we take our fair share too. So you're not alone. But I can't echo Tim enough that Ralph's guys out there and dealing with the Cliff, and everybody that we've dealt with the town. has been great, and we don't always deal with the client that is that works so well with dealing with the public and helping us do our job. So it's been a very enjoyable project so far.
Other questions, comments for Mr.
Yeah,
Allen?
one question.
Sure.
You're gonna pump 4.6 million yards of sand, right? Not necessarily leave us 4.6 million.
If anything, I would say more than 4.6 million on the beach. You'll end up paying for 4.6 million.
When does the town pay when the sand hits the beach?
Yes, it's paid in place that can be documented by survey. So if there's typically on projects of this nature, there's more sand that ends up getting on the beach than what you can actually document by survey. So typically there's more than that'll end up on the beach, but that'll be the end of pay quantity.
Yeah, when we're reporting out how much sand has been pumped so far, that's the estimate that comes out of the dredge, but the actual pay volume tends to be a little bit less than that. There's a factor. So they have to know approximately how much they pump so that they can advance the pipe, because the surveys don't come in phase. But as of the 30th of June, the total official pay volume was 842,699 cubic yards. Okay, but the actual amount on the beach was, as of the 30th, was a little bit higher than that because the surveys lag behind some of the.
Also that 1.2 million that we were talking about is pretty much through midnight last night. I mean, that's a more up-to-date number. So I mean, between just, I know the Texas did 57,000 on Saturday and 60,000 yesterday. So just in those 2 days is another 100,000. So I mean, it's
we watch the production very closely because we're as much concerned as you all are. And just to put it in perspective, we have roughly 3.5 million cubic yards to go. If they have 2 dredges operating and they're averaging about 80,000 cubic yards a day, that's 45 days worth of work, and we're done. So, we're looking this month of July to have at least 1.5 million cubic yards on the beach. We're working with 2 dredges now. For all of June, we only worked with 1 dredge for all intents and purposes, and we still got 1 million yards on it.
But we're not working with 2, but for half the month, yeah.
Right, exactly. So we're anticipating at least 500,000 yards from the Liberty when it comes back, and over 1 million from the Texas. The way the Texas is pumping, like it did yesterday and another day this weekend, if we can have those 50,000 cubic yard days, we'll make the 1 million yards with the Texas alone this month. So, but we're keeping an eye on that really closely. We don't want anybody to go into the bad weather conditions. Avoid it.
The only other, I'll ask you. The only other thing that I have is, our bids are going to be opened, I believe, on July the 15th for the ocean outfall extensions. If we don't have 3 bids, let me just back this up. What happens if your dredges get to those outfalls and the extension has not been completed? What recourse do you have? It's our fault, I know, but what?
I think it's flipped around. I think they want to do the outfalls after we've gone through. So I think the question might be what happens if the outfalls need to be extended and we haven't got there yet. Pretty sure.
In other words, we're trying to pump,
I think it's
pump the area before we do the outfall extension so that they can build in the dry. What they'll do is cordon off the area with a new sand berm, extend the outfalls, and then excavate out, because that way they can get the land-based equipment out there to do these extensions. They can dewater it and work in the dry. It's really a more cost-effective way of doing it.
So you don't feel that the dredged material will completely stop the pipe up, or does that matter?
Well, it would stop it up if there was a big storm,
Yes.
but we'll have equipment out there that can release that at the same time. So, I mean, there'll be equipment working there when that happens. But yes, you're right, there has to be some close coordination with those two events. Dave, do you want to speak more to that? Because you're
I think it's on your agenda later, is it? It doesn't matter. Whenever is a good time.
Cliff told me that as part of the beach nourishment discussion, you wanted me to address the project to extend the outfalls.
Good.
We had, as Commissioner Sadler said, the bids are due on the 15th of July. We had our pre-bid conference last Thursday afternoon, and we had 5 contractors attending, and several of them are well-known: WAF Contracting, George Raper, Coastal Carolina Marine Structures, TA Loving. I mean, these are all big firms that do this type of work. The way that the project is designed is that a section of beach will be nourished and completed, and yes, for a very brief period of time, the existing outfall will be covered. However, as part of this project, DOT is having not only a 48-foot extension put on the end of the existing pipe, but because they no longer use the concrete pipe and the wooden cribbing and the wooden pilings that all the outfalls we have are built out of, they have a new design which involves concrete caps and concrete pilings that are driven in. And the transition between the old technology and the new can't take place out in the water. It needs to take place back on the dry sand beach. So each one of these projects has been designed to replace a certain portion of the existing pipe and then extend them out beyond the new fill width. The cost of working on a dry sand beach is much less than the cost of working in the water. So we deemed that in the town's best interest, we want to keep the cost of this project as low as possible, and to do that meant that as soon as a section of beach was completed, the contractor would come in and immediately begin working on that outfall and then transition to the next one and to the next one. Now, on the current schedule, with the Liberty Island anticipating coming back next week, the outfalls are scheduled, the area where each of these outfalls is, are scheduled for Conch Street on the 11th of September, Soundside Road on the 17th of September, and then Curlew Street on the 22nd of September. Now, we also have included in our bid package the National Park Service outfall. However, we're not doing any filling there. So therefore, the impact on the National Park Service one will be downstream, maybe a year, maybe 2, as some of the sand moves south. So the time on that one is a little less critical, and therefore it'll be the 4th outfall that will be extended, because again, no fill is going in there at that particular location. But we will have prices on all 4 outfalls, and depending upon what Division of Coastal Management will allow us to do at the National Park Service one, because the way that they amended our CAMA permit for the beach nourishment project was that we could extend the outfalls to maintain or restore the distance between the high water mark and the end of the pipe. Well, the distance between the high water mark and the high water mark isn't going to change at the National Park Service immediately, but we know that it will in a year or two, and we were proposing to CAMA that they allow us to extend that one some, so that we can get the rebuild done and get the pipe extended, so that as the sand migrates south, that pipe will stay functional.
And so, should it get clogged up with a heavy northeaster, you have the means to blow it out?
We will have the ability to uncover the end of the pipe, and again, if we had a heavy rainfall, as I've possibly mentioned before, these pipes don't have a lot of slope on them. The reason why water flows through them is because the force of the water behind, and we have one at 10.5 mile posts that stays covered up most of the year, and that one, in the case of a big storm, we go out and uncover it, and the water just shoots 6 feet up in the air because the hydraulic head builds up behind it. And that would be the same situation with these other 3 that'll be immediately impacted by beach nourishment. And with the bid date, as you mentioned, you talked about what happens if we don't get 3 bids. Well, given the magnitude of this project, what we estimate the dollar amount is going to be, we will have to have 3
submitted bids in order to be able to open. But in the event that we only get 2, we can immediately re-advertise for a very short period of time, a week or 10 days, and then open up whatever bids we get the second time around. And we will still have adequate time to get the contract to this board for approval prior to our need to extend these outfalls when nourishment takes place in there.
This is the first time the board has heard that that won't be done until September.
But right now, with the schedule that the Liberty Island has, those are the projected dates for those 3 portions of the beach.
Thank you. Good information. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Other questions for Dave? Anything else for Dave? Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Mr. Allen, Dr. Connell, thank you very much for coming. We expect you to complete your contract in a timely manner, but it seems like y'all are doing very well on that. We appreciate the hard work, and get back to work. Keep pumping.
They have no shift, Bob.
He's got the big one still going. Yeah. I mean, that cutter head does put out more than the hopper. Back to our regular agenda, y'all. That was the only time-specific item that we've got. Our next item is number 15, items referred to in presentations from the town attorney.
Yes, the first one that is on under my agenda is the request by Herbert Nixon for an appeal of his denial of a taxi cab driver permit. I don't know that he is present, but Chief Brinkley is here. I believe the board should go ahead and address this appeal since, to my knowledge, there's been no request for rescheduling. What I would ask is that Chief Brinkley inform the board of what Mr. Nixon's application was, what the appeal, what the basis of the appeal is, and what his recommendation is.
Good morning again. On May the 26th, Herbert Nixon appeared at the police department to apply for his permit to be the driver of a taxi cab for-hire vehicle in the town of Nags Head. He completed his application, and as our code requires, a background was done on Mr. Nixon. As a result of information that we obtained from his background and in accordance with our code, I denied Mr. Nixon his permit because of the information that was obtained from his background investigation. Mr. Nixon, when he was denied, he was told that if he did not accept that, by our code, he could appeal to the Board of Commissioners. He completed the paperwork and spoke to the town clerk and did file an appeal. But again, I denied the permit based on information that was received in the background, and I've conferred with the town attorney in regards to that information.
And just for the record, that background information is not public information.
That's
is that correct?
That's correct. Mr. Nixon does bear the burden on this type of appeal, and that would require him to make a showing that either the chief made an error in denying his application, or in seeking a waiver, which the board does have the authority to grant if the chief recommends that someone who does not meet the literal terms of the ordinance but should be given a waiver of some of those requirements. The chief can recommend that. He's not making that recommendation here. So I think all you need to decide at this point is whether to uphold the chief's decision, or if you wish to reverse it without any evidence being presented to you.
It's the pleasure of the board.
So, has it been determined that Mr. Nixon is not here to speak on his behalf?
Mr. Nixon, if you're here, stand up. He's not here. Anybody speaking on his behalf?
Move to support the chief's recommendation.
Second. We have a motion on the floor. We have a second. This is to deny or support the chief's decision to deny an appeal for a taxi driver permit. Any further discussion? All those in favor of the motion, please signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed, like sign. Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Chief. The next thing I wanted to mention, give you a quick status report on some of the litigation that we are handling on behalf of the town. I believe that I announced at the last meeting that Judge Cole had ruled on the Fisher case and had granted the town's motion for judgment on the pleadings, which resulted in a dismissal of that lawsuit. Unfortunately, earlier this week, we received notice of appeal from the plaintiffs in that case That is a timely notice of appeal, so that matter is now going to move forward towards the Court of Appeals. There are several procedural steps that need to be taken care of between now and that stage, but I just wanted to announce to you that that we had received the notice of appeal in that matter. More recently, yesterday morning, we received good news in the Kirkpatrick versus Town of Nags Head case. The Court of Appeals has ruled in that case and reversed the trial court's decision, which had denied our motion for summary judgment. The effect of the Court of Appeals decision is that the town is entitled to summary judgment in its favor on the basis that it is immune from the claims that were asserted in that case. That's good news. That is a final decision from the Court of Appeals, meaning that unless there is any further review by the Supreme Court, the case will go back to the trial court for the entry of an order as outlined by the Court of Appeals, which will be an order dismissing that case and all the claims that have been asserted in it. The plaintiffs in that case have until, I believe it's the first week of August, to file a petition for a discretionary review with the Supreme Court. It is a discretionary matter. The Supreme Court receives lots of those petitions, does not take up very many of those cases. In this particular case, the Court of Appeals opinion was based on a unanimous panel. All three judges voted in favor of it. It's also a published decision, which means it sets a precedent, and there's some very good language in that case, among other things, upholding the town's decision about whether to repair or repave a road. The court found that that is essentially a legislative decision that the town is immune for, that there's no basis for being liable for that, which is different than the duty that the town has to maintain a road in a reasonably safe condition. Here, the town simply decided it was not going to make any further repairs or maintenance of that road, and the court agreed that that is a legislative decision that the town is immune for. So it's a very good result. We're very pleased with it. It has been a long time in coming, but that's what often happens in cases where the Court of Appeals reverses the trial court and decides to do a published opinion. So that's the status of that. I would like to have the board go into closed session at the appropriate time to discuss the Fisher case in more detail, as well as to discuss the Sansoda, Hardesty, and Deal litigation, and also to confer with the town's attorney and to preserve the attorney-client privilege.
Thank you very much, Mr. White. Any questions for John? Yes, ma'am.
John, off the top of your head, can you recall how many properties are involved in the Fisher lawsuit?
I can. There are 44 plaintiffs, 22 properties. I'm aware that the owner of one property, or owners of one property, have recently given the town an easement before we were notified of the appeal. They're still parties to the litigation, although they really have no claim at this point, so I assume that they will be dismissed from that case.
So you have an easement for beach nourishment in front of one of the properties that are in this litigation.
That's correct.
Is it general knowledge to the owners of the property that they are in the special tax district and will pay the taxes just as everyone else is in that special tax district?
It should be. They should be aware of that. They all have made that very clear. We've had those discussions with their attorneys and informed them of that whether they receive beach nourishment or not, they're in the district, and therefore will be required to pay the same tax as other property owners in that district.
And are you aware of, do you have any knowledge that they have any knowledge of how their property will look once it's nourished, but the nourishment can only reach the mean high water mark, what the potential is, what their potential property may look like?
I don't know whether they're aware of that or not. I don't know to what extent people have come and taken a look. I can tell you that there was one property owner that was not part of was not one of the named plaintiffs in that lawsuit, but after the court announced its ruling, called me and said that they were going to go ahead and give the town an easement because they, in light of that ruling and based on what they'd seen with respect to the project. So they obviously felt pretty good about it after, even though they've been holding out because they were sort of sympathetic to the plaintiff's position in that case, but had that change based on the decision and their observation of the project. Now, how the rest of the plaintiffs feel, I don't know.
Did we not have a picture somewhere of a property that was recently, oh, that's it. Can someone with more, Cliff, maybe you can do that. Can you explain what that is?
This is what we've been trying to illustrate. The picture's worth 1,000 words, and this will show you that for those properties that do not give us an easement, we can only nourish up to the mean high water line, and we can nourish on either side of that property for those that have given us an easement, and this is the effect of not having an easement. This particular property owner, as you indicated, will pay the 16 cents tax increase, but will not get the full effect and benefit of the sand that's placed on that property. And this is the pool that we've talked about, primarily groundwater, that will be there. Obviously, it's not rained enough to produce that, but it will always be there. And that's what those that we don't get an easement from, this is what the property will presumably look like.
Thank you.
Very good point, Commissioner Sadler. It's not the best end for the project, or the person, or the property.
Well, I think the reason that I'm trying to bring this up, and this is picture perfect, is I do not want, as long as this board and the board prior to this board and those even talked about it in 1980, I do not want the public to blame the town and Great Lakes for this. This is a direct result of the property owner not giving the town an easement so that the sand could be brought up to the house. This is not a failure of Great Lakes nor the town. This is directly the results of the individual property owner. So I truly hope that those of you in the audience today, those who are looking later on our government channel, can stress, if you know anyone that has not given the town an easement, that you may want to ask them to look at this picture. This is not a pretty picture. I'm finished.
It occurs to me that this would be a perfect picture to put on our website without easement, and then put one right beside it with easement.
Ooh,
and put some
heavy
comparison on the website under beach nourishment.
It,
Picture's worth 1,000 words, as Cliff said.
Well, that says a lot to me this morning. That's heartbreaking right there.
And it's interesting to also note that that's where the beach was.
Oh, yeah.
It's amazing down there. They've pumped 325 feet of beach.
And the other thing this shows is there's truly the lack of need for these sandbags. There's still sandbags on this property, and there's 200 feet of beach, so there's no
need.
Legitimate argument, I think, for this particular property for the sandbags to stay.
Good point, Renee.
Anything else, Mr. Lloyd?
No, sir.
Any other questions from Mr. Lloyd? Good. Item number 18, the beach access recycle bins.
Staff met last week with Mike Norris with Outer Banks Holland to discuss continuation of our residential curbside program into our beach accesses. Last year, Kildeville Hills had, in some of their beach accesses, placed 1 to 2 cans for recycling. In the summer months, they get picked up twice weekly, Monday and Friday. In the off season, they could either, what they asked for is a 3-month commitment, so we could choose the summer months. Our season obviously has become more, I think, when we talk about in season, from April, possibly from Easter to Thanksgiving. But then in the off season, we could get pick up once a week. I don't know if that's something we want to do or not. What they had asked was to be able to have a year of kind of a test or pilot program with Kildover Hills. They were concerned, as I think we were, of contamination in those recycle bins because it would just become too easy to throw trash and non-recyclable items in those bins. That's not been the case. They're taking as much as, I believe it was a ton a week off the beach. And of course, if we were to do this, as I outlined, for an entire fiscal year, it wouldn't cost us more than $700-800. But a ton a week, obviously there's a savings there from the lack of tipping fees. They could do this if the board decided. We're recommending that we do this. Ralph's been looking at some possible places for 2 cans, for 1 can, and kind of going through. We pay for the number of cans, and if we find out a month from now that we don't have enough at this location or too many at that location, all we have to do is give them 24 hours notice to make the adjustment. I had someone come in, a visitor that more or less just told me how far behind he thought we were when it came to recycling and how much more we could be doing, and I was very glad to tell him that this was on the agenda. I think our visitors are well versed in the aspects of recycling. I think they expect it. I think they're surprised when it's not there. This person that came and spoke to me talked about what a great, pristine, wonderful environment we have, and we should be doing things like this to protect it, to I guess to walk the walk instead of just talking it. So our recommendation is that we do this. We can find these funds within the. I realize it's horrible timing. It's the first meeting after the budget was adopted, and we didn't have this in, but the costs are nominal. We can tailor this to stay within that $700-800 and not go over. So we'd like your approval to move forward with this.
Are you proposing it for year-round or seasonal?
I'm proposing it through Thanksgiving.
I think it's a great idea.
So
And is it, okay, second.
motion on the floor. We have a second discussion.
Is it the cans?
Exactly
with the
like you
yellow-
have at your
with
house.
Just, okay.
Is that the company out of Virginia that comes down?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. And they actually are in the process of building their own MRF. And they're getting to the point, I think, where they've grown, where they have land somewhere in Virginia. Ralph, correct me if I'm wrong, and they're going to start sorting it themselves. So they're growing. It's catching on.
If the board remembers, this suggestion came from one of our town residents. This was not initiated by the board, and I'd like to thank that resident for suggesting that we do this, and I'm ready to vote.
I think that resident was Mr. Will Woodard, as a matter of fact.
I believe you are absolutely correct.
So cost not to exceed $7,800, and that takes us through Thanksgiving. Does that take us through next June? Does this include the start of next fiscal year?
We'd like to be able to go ahead. We'll budget this appropriately for 12, 13, but this will pick us back up sometime around Easter and carry us into
the end of June.
Yes.
Good.
Okay, we have a motion on the floor. We have a second. Any further discussion? All those in favor of the motion, please signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed, like sign. Motion passes unanimously. That was good, quick work, y'all. We got that comment not terribly long, 2 weeks ago.
I was going to say it was.
I'm amazed government can move that fast. Thank you, though, sir. Appreciate your researching and getting it done.
Crosswalks at Jeanette's Pier, you approved a motion, I believe, at your last meeting, a resolution asking DOT to reconsider for the reason that this crosswalk was located too close to a stop sign, and as we've noted and witnessed, pedestrians or motorists that are turning right at this location here are looking left for traffic, but they're not looking in this crosswalk. Ralph and I met out there on site with DOT, and what they're concerned, the reason they've placed it there is it's a matter of getting people, they're going to go the closest distance from A to B, but what they would like to be able to see in order to move the crosswalk to the north and marry it up with the entrance to Jeanette's Pier and marry it up with the entrance to San Monomi's, is that we put a sidewalk taking them from the west side parking lot here to the entrance of Jeanette's Pier, and then they'll move it and go across and marry it up and remove this crosswalk. In the meantime, what they've moved there's a stop bar where the stop sign is that is just right at the crosswalk. They're going to move that stop bar further back so people aren't stopping so close. They're going to put up a couple of extra signs alerting motorists that the crosswalk's ahead, particularly, and also the speed limit change. Speed limit changes here at this location. They're going to warn motorists that are coming up from South Nags Head of that speed limit change. Yesterday, we had a text review meeting with Sam and Omies. They brought forward a site plan amendment that you'll see soon. Elizabeth discussed with their engineer if they had any issues or problems with this crosswalk going in. We think we can do it as part of our improvements to Whalebone Park that you approved, and also to thinking a little bit further ahead, Ralph had suggested that there's an issue with this water running, stormwater running down this location, and it catches in front of Duneburger. What we're going to try and be able to do is catch some of that water in this location so that the water, we'll catch it coming here, and all this water won't run straight to Duneburger. We'll catch some of it here before that happens. So we're going to try and not just address the sidewalk, we're going to try and address some other issues as well. But this is what we're proposing to do at DOT's approval to remedy this crosswalk situation. And Commissioner Cahoon had a question about, do we now, if we do this, do we need the one further north in front of, and I don't think it's depicted on this picture, but we'll have two within a stone's throw.
We might be able to take two crosswalks and get rid of them and merge them into one. That way cars won't be starting and stopping, and it would encourage people to actually use the sidewalks as you go into the pier for their crossover to the beach.
Are you suggesting that we get rid of the one that is north of the one that's there now?
Yeah, from roadway over to
Yeah.
the beach. That would funnel everybody through one central crosswalk instead of people two being so close together. But that's something for DOT to take up as they have so graciously agreed to move this one.
Yeah.
But it might help them with their maintenance program too.
We're moving forward with Whalebone, so we hope to be able to get this done. Maybe this is something we can get done first. I mean, this should be something that could be done relatively easily. We've already met, gotten the engineers' proposals, and we're moving forward as quickly as we can with the Whalebone Park. So we hope to have this done. We'll address this as the first phase of that, first part of that.
How soon are they going to move that bar back south?
Has it been done yet? Do you? No. No? Okay.
That really is, I've been traveling that area quite a, that is a wreck waiting to happen. Somebody's going to get killed there.
They put the signage up. They've gone down, they put the signage up to alert motorists that you have to yield to the pedestrians and that there is a pedestrian crosswalk there.
Yeah.
I think as soon as we can demonstrate that we will put the sidewalk there and that through the new site plan with Sam and Omies that area will be closed off and there won't be traffic funneling through there, that then they will move the crosswalk.
I'm talking about moving the bar back, the
stop part.
The stop part, so that you, when you're coming up.
That they said they were going to try to do.
Right.
We'll follow this
sooner.
up with the
Yes.
that you've given your approval that we'll put the sidewalk in to move the crosswalk and tell them move the stop bar.
So kind of.
And that's soon 30 days as opposed to soon 3 months? It's DOT,
Government, what was it? Government moves fast sometimes. We'll get it done.
Did we help the drainage situation down at the Ivy Graham's restaurant, hamburger place?
We did. I think the ultimate thing that needs to be done there is the first driveway south of there doesn't have a culvert under that driveway. In order to ultimately help, we need to put a culvert under that driveway because the water it stops. I mean, it can flow over if it gets high enough, it can flow over that driveway, but it needs to be able to flow.
What, and then the next 3 driveways have a culvert
Yes.
under it?
It was matched up as a swell. The first driveway was supposed to match the swell.
Sure.
And that's the way it was designed. But after we met, looking at the Whalebone Park parking lot, the old ditch that was there years ago, and part of it is still there, it's overgrown.
brought to David Ryan's attention that we would like to, that ditch has to stay there anyway. We would like to go ahead and pipe it out from that paved swell back to that ditch. So all the water that comes from in front of Sam and Omi's and keeps running all the way down to try to get out that over that paved swell and stuff will now be able to fall into a drop inlet and be taken out before then. So that should help that situation. There's not all that water flowing down onto onto Duneberger's parking lot, because it flattens out right there because of the parking lot. So that, in essence, becomes the holding pond until it can drain off. If we can capture that water before it gets to that parking lot, then that should help their situation.
Will that happen when we do Whalebone Park?
Yes, that'll happen when we do Whalebone Park. It'll all be in conjunction with putting in the sidewalk, putting in the catch basin, piping it out, and trying to capture all that water. And hopefully, and also, spoke with David, is to elevate that swell in that area so the water from Duneberger, from the north side of Duneberger, can funnel back towards that outfall. So then you'll just have the water that is coming from, say, just south of Duneberger will go south, and everything from north of Duneberger will go north. That's how we're going to hope to try to design it to get that water out of that area.
Thank you, Rob. Anything else on crosswalks? Our next item is the Board of Commissioners agenda. Commissioner Sadler, got you for the final report on the town's 50th.
I am going to ask John to come forth and give the final report, but while he's making his way up, there is a decision that the board has to make. The birthday is over. Of course, I think we'll celebrate it till the end of this year, but the committee itself needs to know if we are disbanded completely, are we put in hibernation, and maybe a small 1 or 2 or 3 be a core of that committee in the event that the town decided to do something, I want to do something in the fall. So that being said, the other decision that the board really needs to make is there is some ongoing sales of the T-shirts. I think that John has, and he'll maybe touch on this for a minute, how that can be taken care of by the merchants. But, Sarah Downing still does the ordering of the cookbooks. And the cookbooks have been a great sale. Thank you all again for your recipes. John has taken it upon himself from the beginning to receive the orders, put them together, and actually deliver these cookbooks on a sometimes daily basis to all of the merchants that have them in their shops. And this has been going on since probably the end of March, 1st of April. We need to know how the board wants to handle the remaining life of the cookbooks. And on that note, I'm going to let John bring the board up to date on everything that you need to hear.
Thank you. And we'll come back to the decision part.
Yeah, you all have been forewarned. It would be a long one. I'll try not to do that, actually. I think we've made enough, since you all appointed us to do this, I think we've made enough interim presentations and gotten y'all's approval on or comments on things like that. So as commission, and I'm just kind of step through some things. I believe that we presented a calendar of events, and I think we've done them. And so I kind of want to ask y'all if you have anything else in mind or not. And as Commissioner Sadler says, we can fade into sunset or hibernate, or reconstitute and charge on for something else. But, you know, I put that as last option. I think we're all kind of tired. But it's something for y'all to think about. I'm glad y'all presented that gift to Michelle. I mean, it's, you know, right arm here, definitely. No two ways about it for a lot of the things she did. And I don't want to leave out anybody else who also worked hard, but I think that comment about Michelle leaving town with the carnival was a great one, because she was just kind of having a field day down there. And I got Susie's here too, which is my other right arm throughout this whole process here. And I definitely want to acknowledge that, because a lot of this stuff was her idea, push and drive and things like that. So that's been a pleasure. We got a couple things to do. I'm going to just hit some random things. I would like to see the board send a letter to Boardwalk Attractions, thanking them. I have had a lot of comments from people about how professional their people were at the carnival. There were an awful lot of kids that seemed to get 20 or 30 tosses for their ticket, and even on the third bounce, a little toy appeared, you know, that kind of thing. The folks were very good to the community and the customers. And I got a lot of good comments on the high quality of the rides. You know, there were people that were kind of thinking he's going to come in here with flaking paint and rust and stuff like this. And no, that's not the case. These were well-maintained, good-looking rides run by professionals. And I think they kind of deserve a little attaboy for what they did there. We couldn't have done any better, I don't think, in who we had do the carnival. I got to admit to a major oops, and this is my fault. Somewhere in all this planning, we just absolutely forgot to come up with a historical/photo plan for recording these events. And kind of turned around a week after the carnival and looked around and says, we don't have a history of what happened on the 50th, so there's nothing to throw in a time vault. And the next 50th anniversary, there won't be any pictures or anything to drag out. So I'm kind of asking if there's any members of the community that had a lot of pictures of a lot of the events and the rest of them, if you could send them in to Roberta, she'd be glad to collect them, and we'll kind of put together something after the fact. But the failure to... The fact that we did not have a historical or a record plan or something like that, that's my fault. I have no idea why. I got 1,800 history books at home, and I couldn't even think of it for this. I don't know why. So there was a lesson learned here, and I don't know what it was for me, certainly. In the age of information, I have no idea how you get the word out to anybody. We had advertising in the print media. We had advertising in some of the online media. We had advertising on websites. And we thought we timed it judiciously and this and that. And I can't count the number of times people would say, oh, are you doing that? And I'm amazed, you know, given how much information there is. Of course, part of it is, and I'll bet you Kim would second this, y'all need to move the anniversary, change your birthday. First off, as Kim saying, this is at the end of the fiscal year. The last thing she needed was for some, you know, geek from the carnival committee, the anniversary committee demanding to reconcile accounts when she's got a whole town to worry about. You know, that's not helpful. Number two, if you think about it, this town goes dead over the winter. And then we have to start to ramp up and go to things, and there's folks aren't here to be talked to. So a part of the publicity was wasted because everybody's still in Florida. And, you know, it was tremendously tough getting everybody's attention and then ramping up into this season. The stores, a lot of them haven't yet got the commercial. I mean, they're at the beginning of the season. They're not willing to outlay this and that to go for. So y'all just need to move the birthday somewhere But that probably won't happen, but in 50 years, I'm not going to worry about it. A couple of comments. We were the first folks to really, I think, really use Jeanette's Pier. It went very well, and for the peer representative, from the board, we really don't have anything to say that would. Either way, I mean, it was wonderful, and there's a couple little minor things we could talk about in use of it, but really no obstacles. Windmill Point, again, it's been said before, it was said at this meeting, we've demonstrated an excellent use. We talked about it, and it would be nice if the Visitors Bureau and all could make an early decision, because that would allow. One of the problems we had was the septic field and the desire to preserve that for possible future use. That caused us at almost the last minute to have to rearrange our carnival layout. And so we didn't have the customers walking through the local vendors like Plan A was, which would have done more for our local vendors because they would have had to walk through to get to the carnival. We had to rearrange everything. So a decision on the use of that property that would allow us, or allow them, excuse me, not us, to make a decision on that septic field and then come up with a way to lay that property out for best use, because that really hurt us in stress. We got around it, but it's something that needs to be done. And the other thing is to get a hold of that traffic. That narrow little driveway going in there needs turning lanes off the road and this and that. That's entirely people stopping there on a 60-mile-an-hour road. And I know it's not 60, but that's what it is. It's not a good thing. So I would urge a quick decision on something, but I would urge that it not take away a lot of open space. A lot of comments from people at the carnival about how much fun it was to look at the sound in the ocean from the top of the Ferris wheel. Cool stuff. It's great vision. Town code, I don't know if we have it or not, but sanitation facilities around porta pots ought to be in town code. So think there. Okay, events, items, and Commissioner talked about this. As you know, we did some sales, and we're now left with having to go on with that. There are some items, T-shirts are basically on autopilot because of the program set up. Anybody that wants T-shirts goes directly to the printer, Flying Fish, screen printer, and gets them. The town will get a little bit of money rolling in from that over a period of time, however long the retailers buy them and or however long the town themselves purchase and sell them. But that's basically an autopilot program that y'all don't need to worry about. The flags, the stickers, the Huggies, those are basically done. There's no separate retail program. The stocks of them are here. I should, under the T-shirt thing, mention some retailers are piggybacking on town buys because they can't afford to do a 6 dozen minimum, and that's cool. We can, the town can keep doing that. How you want to do it is up to y'all from now. I would urge to say on the flags and the stickers and that, you all just fire sale them, do whatever to see what you can make on them over the years. You're the sole source for that kind of thing. They make great donations to somewhere, and just let them go. The big one is the cookbooks, and I think much of that, if not all, can transition to the town. But I would urge that we keep Sarah in the loop such that if she has any updates to make, she gets a chance to do that prior to an order being done. And we have had a few corrections sent in already that we've done, so that it's part of a process, and at some point she will be done. I mean, she told me she was going to read it real carefully over a period and just to try and get all of the things marked off and make one final push. But y'all could do, the ordering can be done from the town. It does not require Sarah and I to fill out anything. Somebody else does it. The books are being shipped to y'all already, so they're there. The ordering of them could take place to the town. Easy enough. I do think that one of the key reasons that cookbooks were successful, along with the quality of the cookbook, is that we were delivering to the retailers. I spent enough time in retail shops to know that the retailers like stuff put in their hands. They don't have time to mess with this. And they're busy. I've been into shops with customers stacked 6 deep around a register. I drop them off and walk out, and a few days later the books are gone. But if they have to come to town to pick up the books and that, they're going to lose interest. So if you do another program, it could be that they call and place an order at the town, but I would look at some way to deliver on that at least through the year, through the summer and through this year, and then see what they want. And I think them having to go somewhere to pick something up is not the way they're used to working, and when they're busy, it ain't gonna happen. So that's the only consideration I would make. I do not need to keep X dozen books in my truck waiting phone calls. I enjoy doing it. I met a bunch of wonderful merchants in the town doing this. It was actually quite fun and everything, but I don't need to keep doing it. So that's something that y'all ought to think about in your plan there. By the way, this is an interactive event, so you can just, question or comment as I go. I don't need to keep babbling up here. Let me get to the important part, Roberta. Ta-da. There we go. Okay, let's focus on the very top part. One of the things we said when we started this thing was that we were going to try and do it with no cost to the town, or the taxpayer, more importantly. And I thank you all for the seed money that let us get moving. We were caught in cash flow situations and needed every penny of it for quite a while. And then we got things turned around. What you see in that top box up there is as of, I think the 30th was the last dump that I got. Kim has been sending me these big dumps out of her computer system. And I have been tagging them with revenue and expenses as to what and where they went. And the posted means posted in her machine. So right about, I would say 30 June, we're $5,600 to the good. The pending column is stuff that I know of. It's there. It just hasn't posted yet. So we've got a little bit, and the bulk of that big expense there really is the $1,800 of police overtime that we're funding through us. So and that's fine. I said we will cover. We're covering everything here, and so I've had to fight tooth and nail sometimes to get the town to give us that. The total at the end, and the pending revenues are really like all the cookbooks I got out. There's money coming back in for them, and there's an estimate of sales of the items that are in town hall, that kind of thing. Just projecting for what we have on hand right now shows us that we should reach maybe 4,200. Of course, we can't account it. If somebody goes out and makes a large T-shirt order, there'll be additional money coming in. I don't know how to get there. Anyway. I will say in complete honesty that if we hadn't made so much money off the carnival, we would not be in a plus, but I'll take it. So next on the bottom part, and this is just a rough breakdown, and part of the confusion of this would be that like I said, I've been going through Kim's stuff here, and there's nothing wrong with it, but we have maybe multiple entries. There's one entry for X $100 in her computer system that covered multiple things, or we did multiple things with one order. So that's why that miscellaneous revenue is so high on the bottom. I mean, that's a mixed order or a buy of tickets and T-shirts and this and that. So, the advertising up there looks high, but 1,800 or so of that is the banners that are up on around town. So that's part of that advertising expense. Donation, $1,000 of cash from Dominion. I put over there about $11,000 of services and in-kind that have come to us from the community. Raffle items, the Jeanette's Pier, the room for the gala was donated to us. The tent for the ceremony and a bunch of other stuff to do with the gala was donated by Mike Kelly. There's been a couple dozen smaller donations covering one thing or another throughout the period. And I've just estimated them about $11,000 worth of donation to the town by the community. You just can't beat that kind of support. So parade, art events, carnival. Carnival expenses were things, plywood. I mean, there's all sorts of stuff in there that we spent to get the carnival going. Ceremony, raffle, that was a little under what we projected. I projected about 1,500. We got 13. Gala, just about even expense and revenue. And oh, by the way, it's about right on budget. I don't show budget up there because after a while things started moving around. Cookbooks, T-shirts, flags, stickers. The flags, we were afraid the flags would be an expensive bust, and they were. So that was probably one bad decision, but they looked darn good where they were. So we kind of knew it, but there it is. So I'm kind of at the. Ladies and gentlemen, do you have any questions or comments for the committee?
I do. You've done a magnificent job with your sales, you and the committee. Yes, I've been the recipient of John making deliveries at my business, and the cookbooks, people are buying them 3 at a time. They've done exceptionally well, and when one of my clerks has asked, he's delivered. And I think that's wonderful. I appreciate the comments about what retail people are used to, which are people coming in. But they have sold better than I ever anticipated and are still selling. People still come in and ask for them. So I think it's one of those things that we're going to continue to see interest in, revenue in. So, but thank you for all the hard work. I know you were in and out on many occasions about any number of different things.
I know that we expected to spend $5,000 from the town for the birthday celebration. And I know, John, from the beginning, you said it was your desire that the taxpayer pay nothing. And I just want to commend you, congratulate you. I can't give you enough kudos. This is to not only break even, but to be over 4,000 on the good side with revenues continuing to come in. You've done a magnificent job. I do believe that the committee, before it's disbanded or whatever happens with the board's decision, they need to make a decision on where in the community to spend those dollars. They don't need to go into general fund once general fund has been paid back, whether it's benches in town or whatever it may be. I think the committee needs to make that decision. That's my suggestion.
Mayor Pro Tem?
John, you did a good job, you and your people. The figure of $8,061, is that our total profit from the carnival?
That's the money that the carnival gave back to us from the ride sales, their ticket sales down there. And I believe, we actually changed the formula partway through, because if you remember, the original formula was that we were to get 10% after 25,000. And what we did is we got 10% of the whole thing. So that means that there was some $80,000 went through that carnival down there in a 5-day period, so we got 10% of that.
How did the carnival feel about Nags Head? Was it proper?
They absolutely loved it. First off, you got to remember that all these guys that are working down in that carnival are leaving from here, or left from here, to head off into the middle of who knows where for some number of state and county fairs in dusty, dry places that aren't near beaches and things like that. They were out on the town. They loved the food. They loved going to hit the beach, stuff like that. I had really a positive response from the carnival workers on how much fun they had being here. So
I heard probably more response from the carnival, from families, than anything else I've seen in Nags Head. And I think maybe we need to look next summer at getting them back. And I think that would be a job for the committee if, you know, according to how we handle the committee, if we do away with them, if you would chair it.
Actually, the committee no longer uses the word we. It's when the carnival comes back to Nags Head.
Yeah.
It's not when we bring it back. It's when the carnival comes back. I think that we, the community, and I'll just say community, not committee, but community, have demonstrated that a carnival can succeed here. Now, when we first started this deal, the carnival was unsure of whether or not they would be a success. So we had to give them, we made concessions to the carnival to get them here. And I don't regret a single one of them. One of those concessions was an awful lot of time and labor on our parts to help them through the process. $80,000 of business in 5 days, you can pretty well guess that's a sustainable number through a summer. I mean, I heard a lot of comments on the day or two after they left. Oh, darn, we came in Saturday, saw that thing, and we're going to come back, and it's gone. And certainly the local community was in that carnival. I mean, a lot of our youth were there. Something we don't have for the youth anywhere on this place is good, clean fun, and there were no incidents, right, Chief? Not an incident, nothing. It was great. So the next time the carnival comes to Nags Head, I think they can safely bear more of the expense and the burden than this one did, and still do extremely well. So the ticket sales people don't have to be volunteers. The parking lot people don't have to be volunteers. A lot of those sort of things don't have to be volunteers and don't have to be conceded. Now that doesn't say, and I heard a real good idea from somebody, that there may be a lot of church groups here that like to do that kind of work. We could put the carnival in touch with some of these groups that may want to do the parking lot as a concession or do something like that. Would help burden share, but we collectively, the town/committee, don't want to do this again. That's not something that can be sustained over a period of time through an organization like this.
It's an awful lot of work for volunteers, and I want to express the appreciation of the board to you and your group, and it really came off better, I think, than anybody expected that it would. It's a wonderful thing, and I hope we will be able to duplicate it. I would suggest that this was a special purpose committee. If we want to reconstitute another a carnival committee, I think we can probably do that. But I think we probably ought to thank the 50th anniversary folks and release them from further obligations. I think we've about worn some of them out. But and I think staff can keep on some of those the retail items, and y'all keep selling those flags, it looks like, and stickers. And let's talk about a carnival for perhaps next year or even the fall is the other possibility there.
Well, the one thing that we've all got to remember, and John's already done this, thank you, but since the Outer Banks Visitors Bureau, i.e. the Tourism Board, gave the town the property gratis to use for the carnival. I think future carnivals that would be held there definitely need to contact the tourism board for, as I said before, they're beginning to see what the uses can be for that land, and I'm not sure that, I'm not sure at this point, you know, would there be a charge for using the property
Right.
or whatever. But John is right in that I think that the volunteers in the committee, speaking as a parking lot attendant, I will not be available for the next carnival, and I don't think Michelle will, as much as she loved it. So they've got all of those costs that would be incurred, but again, it was a money-making venture for the carnival, and it was a fun time for those who participated in the rides. I did not. But the lines were there, and the people were happy to be in line. It was just a great thing, and I do hope that it can happen again. I'd like to see it every summer. So I think that you're right as far as the committee. This committee needs to be probably put to rest and revitalize some of the committee. I know that Kevin Zork was a main committee carnival person, and maybe he and Susie or whatever down the road needs to get together and send them the list of the churches that are interested or the organizations that are interested. But I do think, Mayor, that you need to write a letter to, is it Boardwalk?
Boardwalk Attractions, I
Yeah.
believe, is the formal name.
Yeah, letting them know how much that we did appreciate their presence here.
I'll make sure that we get that done, and I think the Tourism Bureau also has to recognize that this was a great tourist attraction. You couldn't have done anything better for tourism for that week.
And no grant request for that week because it was not in a grant. The only thing we wanted was the use of the land.
Very easy.
So you want the board just to decide, or let Cliff and staff decide with John how best to reorder the cookbooks, and perhaps how staff somewhere can take over the delivery?
I think they can all work out those
Yeah,
logistics
okay.
without a lot of board input, actually.
I don't know, order form on the internet, that'd be great. Order form on the website.
But thank you very much. Y'all have done a wonderful job.
I would like at the mid-month to bring back as many committee members as I can. I didn't ask them to come in today because of the unfirm time arrangement here. And so if I could, maybe at the mid-month, if I could just have them come in here and right off at the front, just, make
John,
sure
let's-
you see
Let us
them.
determine whether we're having a mid-month.
Okay, well,
If not
or
mid-month, certainly the first one in August.
Okay. But I didn't want to chew up a lot of their time sitting here through these things. Okay, well, thank you very much, and I'll get with Cliff on how we sort out the final parts of this, particularly the cookbook part.
Well done.
We
Well done.
we did enjoy it, actually. We did.
Right down to the dusty parking lots.
Hey, that was fun. That was almost like being back in the Army again. It was.
Mr. Sauer, did you have anything else under your agenda, ma'am?
No, I think that was sufficient.
Y'all, it is 1:45. Do y'all want to push on and get done, or do you want to take a break for lunch?
Let's take a break for lunch.
Yeah.
For the session for a while.
Okay.
What do you think, John?
We're gonna take a recess for lunch. Everybody will be back at 2:00. Good afternoon. We're going to come back into our regular session, and we have completed Anna's Commissioner Sadler's Board of Commissioners agenda. Commissioner O'Malley, did you have anything?
Sir, not a thing, no, sir.
Good. Got this side down then.
You got us taken care of.
Mayor Pro Tem, I'm going to skip to you because you're on the agenda with a discussion of paperwork reduction.
Thank you very much.
Yes,
See
sir.
we need it in this town? Huh?
Yes, sir.
Discussion of paperwork reduction for the Board of Commissioners agenda and publications. If you guys remember, 3 years ago, we discussed going to a paperless agenda, and the cost then was a little too much, but I guess technology's improved and things are going down. I met with Carolyn, Michelle, Roberta, and town manager about a week ago. We discussed the possibility of going to a paperless agenda for our board meetings and putting our publications, our code of ordinances, all of our pubs online. Whereas if we need them, we got the computer and pretty easy to handle, and they follow you everywhere you go. A number of times out of town, you may need to go to the code of ordinances, and, which they have been on the agenda. That's just an example, but you can draw it up and get the information you want. Cliff has prepared a talk on going to a paperless agenda and the different pubs. Cliff?
Yes, sir. We believe that going paperless is going to not only save time, money, it's going to boost productivity, it's going to save space, and it's going to help the environment by going paperless. I guess you're going, you can say you're going green, but this will give this, what we have up here is an itemized breakdown of the cost that we incur each time we prepare an agenda for one of your board meetings. Put together 9 packets, and they're between 75 to 100 pages. So that's upwards of 900 pieces of paper that we're putting together at a cost of about $61.20, 8 cents per page. That's another $68. The time, it takes a considerable amount of staff time to put these together and then to deliver them. It's about $257 per meeting. Now that could, depending on whether or not we have between 12, 18, or I guess a maximum of 24 meetings. Is that number at the bottom of that? Yeah. Just like, yeah, there we go. So we're looking at saving a minimum of at least $3,000 just for 12 meetings. The cost that we've got for these laptops, we can make the cost up pretty quickly. Mayor Pro Tem has one of the laptops that we'd like to put before you. They're very they'll have minimal, I think, effect on the audience. Will still be able to make eye contact with you and you with them. It won't block your view of the audience. It's not going to take up much space. It's probably smaller and weighs less than the board packet does, and we'll be able to connect them right to the internet. And what we did was we took off of the website. You'll be able to go. Can you put that? There's already a place on our webpage labeled Mayor and Commissioners. If you click on that spot, and we can put the board agenda. It's already there for the public to get anyway. The public can actually get the agenda quicker than you do because it goes up immediately on the website, and by the time we deliver it to you, it's conceivable that you could have already looked at it online. But what we'd like to propose is creating a page. It's kind of a reference site for you. If you click on that, and this is some of what we proposed, kind of as your reference. We'd have the latest board meeting agenda and backup. So you'd go to this one site on the webpage and get all this information, your resources that you may need in helping you prepare for a meeting, land use plan, the current budget, capital improvement plan, consolidated fee schedule, rules of procedure, and then the different policies. And we can add to or take, whatever you think you need in order to prepare yourself. Everything could be right there. It would eliminate the flipping through of these pages. We'd set the laptop up. We'd have to put some software on these laptops, the Adobe and the Microsoft Office. The total cost would be just under $6,000, which you can see from that previous amount. We'd make that up. We'd save money in a short period of time. And if this works, I know it would take a little bit of getting used to, and it's something completely different. I think paper agendas are becoming the exception. Paperless is becoming the norm, and this has been something that governments have been doing for a long time. The Office of Management and Budget estimated that by making the federal budget paperless, it saves about $1 million over 5 years. And I think the Social Security Administration has just gone to direct deposit for their, and not writing checks, and it's gonna save upwards of $300 million in over 5 years. So it saves over a short period of time. You're gonna definitely be saving money. And I think we may be able to look at doing the same thing for the planning board and the board of adjustments. If these laptops could stay stationary, then we could, we're just gonna see more savings by going paperless.
So how would you work this? We come into the board meeting with a laptop at our desk?
You're already getting now, at Commissioner Cahoon's suggestion, you get information quicker, and we're already doing the FYIs that are in your packets. We're doing those by email, and that seems to have worked okay. You would come in your agenda, the agenda packet that would normally you'd get on Friday, you'd get an email with all this, with the packet of information, and when you came, you could take the laptop, or it could be here, you'd pull it up and it'd be right there in front of you. It would be right downloaded. I mean, it would be connected through the internet, and you'd have it all ready to go.
So you can take it or you can leave it here? Is that what you're saying?
If we get to the point where we're using it for the planning board and the board of adjustments, now I don't know whether or not that's something we want to consider doing, then we'd probably need to leave them.
Well, the only thing that those of us who are not into major, and my equipment at home is about 5 years old, and I know I have had some problems opening because I don't have various programs. For those, if you're allowed to take the laptop, that would work. But I don't see why I should have to buy a new computer at home because mine's antiquated just to open the.
Right.
I mean, I would not want to do that.
And I think it's governments have done this. The laptops or the tablet or whatever that unit buys, it pretty much stays with the commissioner. So they don't have to stay here. They're certainly mobile.
Trust me, I don't want another computer. But I'm just saying that would be the problem that I personally would run into. But I do agree that the savings is extraordinary.
Question for you. You talked about Microsoft Office. Is there the Adobe download to convert documents is free, so it's just pulling it off the internet. Could we make our documents all PDFs? I think there's a capability of doing that.
That's what we're going to do.
Because you don't really want to buy Microsoft Office unless you have to. It's not inexpensive, and it seems like the only real thing that we need is a web browser.
Right.
That's so you can go with a real basic machine. I think when we had looked at this earlier a couple of years ago, we talked about having networked machines, and you've got to do some different things there because you're hooking a machine up to your network, and it's a danger. But these I see as just kind of standalone. All you're doing is connecting to the internet, so you can get kind of a stripped down version, I guess is what I'm saying.
Right.
Well, I had originally, when we had talked about this years ago, I thought it would have been a whole lot easier, to have a net, have the thing here on the town net. And besides, they're just basically prompting everything before the meeting, having it there in front of you without having all this stuff. And then in the meantime, if I wanted to say something to him, I could type it over and send it to him.
When we talked about it before, it was like $6,000 is what it ended up being per person, which was way too excessive. But I would recommend that we do something, even Coastal Resources, we no longer get contested cases of 1,000 pages or anything. We get a flash drive mailed out every month with your agenda, and then you turn it back in at the end of the meeting. So, I mean, there's ways to do it without being excessive. The only thing that I think, and I don't know if it would work, but wouldn't it be an easier way to have a record of all your documents as well? If you had it on a hard drive,
that was something.
instead of everybody being responsible for whatever they're getting and keeping up with your documents for how long. If it's a town computer and you get it, you've already got your public records on your computer.
That's right.
And anybody wants it, turn your computer in.
The one thing we're not completely comfortable with yet is the site plans, and we can require that they be submitted digitally, and I don't think that's a hardship for any applicants, but it's always good to have that site plan in your hand, and I don't know, we haven't had a whole lot of those recently, but you could either have those at your desk when you can. We'd still require the same amount of copies as usual, and we'd have them at your desk when you came. But we may have to bring some of those to you. If for some reason you can't see it well enough on digitally.
Which you could bring it to the board meeting and have it in each of our desks.
Yeah, we would do that, yes, sir.
And I assume this page that you've put up there would still be a public page that
Yes.
anybody could use as a resource.
It would just help eliminate having to go through all the different places to find what you're looking for. You'd have and the public would have it, and they'd see what you had.
Confidential documents or anything that's like closed session minutes, for example.
Confidential documents could be put on the disk if we needed those, right? And then the disk brought to the board meeting.
Right.
Questions, comments for Cliff?
Should have done it years ago.
In favor of it.
Okay.
Reluctantly. Should have done it years ago, Doug. Could have spent all that money on sand.
If you will talk to commissioners about their technology needs, I got a laptop. You don't need to buy one for me. I mean, I'll just bring mine.
Listen, every time I've got my own computer at home. Every time I've had an issue, I've called the manager, and the manager sent IT, it's not that many times, but he's come down and fixed it just like that. So, I'm not hindering on taking him away from the job or anything, but it's all part of our job as far as I'm concerned. So, I don't have to have a laptop to take with me. You can just put it right here. It's fine.
Okay. I hear very clear consensus to move
Very
to
good.
a paperless agenda.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem.
Yes, sir.
Anything else on your agenda, sir?
No, that's it.
Commissioner Kane?
First of all, I'd like to compliment staff and everybody that worked so hard on the fireworks. I think they were great. I think it was very nice to have the Visitors Bureau give us a grant for half of it. I'm still going to urge coordination and cooperation between communities and see if Mania or Kill Devil Hills, we can't put a barge out in the sound and have a really big show. But I think it would behoove everybody to give everybody a whole lot more place to view the fireworks and maybe decrease some traffic congestion and cut down necessarily on overtime and having to have everybody in one little area. But they were a great show. If we can't get people to cooperate on a joint show, perhaps stage the shows at different times so they don't compete with one another but flow in tandem would be really good. Other one is for the manager. On the 4th of July, Jeanette's Pier had the northern part of their parking lot and the eastern part of their parking lot closed all day long. And it didn't open up until late that evening, and I'm confused as to why on one of the busiest days of the year they would have kept part of their parking closed.
Find out.
That I had
don't know the
comments in
answer.
here this morning as well about, well, we went down to the pier and the parking lot was half roped off. Not quite half, but it was, I saw it early that morning and I thought, well, maybe they're having an event, but it never came down.
They had a wedding that day.
But it just never opened up. The last thing I have on my agenda is, in light of how beautiful our beaches look and how nice that sand is, I think it's time for this board to perhaps take an action that would prevent beach pushes because we've got such beautiful sand. We don't need somebody carving it up all the time. As long as we have that nice beach out there, I think it's time for us to be proactive and not wait until after everything's done to stop beach pushes. Sandbags are automatically going to be stopped because you would not be within 20 feet of the erosion scar. But I do think that,
Does it just take a motion?
no, I think it's going to take,
I think we probably ought to put it on the agenda and even have a public hearing on it to give people an opportunity to express their opinion.
We may have taken a liberty here, but it's been before the planning board for their discussion, and they're still working on some enforcement issues, is whether or not it's a civil or criminal issue. If it's a civil issue, what we're afraid of is somebody pays the penalty and keeps on pushing. So we want it to have some teeth and stick. The planning board, I think, is still discussing this. Our goal was to have something before you as soon as the project's over, because Beach Push starts again in November, I think.
I'd like to make a further suggestion that we go with it is to amend our land use plan to have that as a statement that until such time as we abandon beach nourishment, if that occurs, that beach pushes, therefore CAMA would not issue any permits to allow it. So
Right.
everything would be a violation.
Okay.
Consensus on the board, everybody?
Oh, yeah.
Yes, but I think.
What type of violation is that, Renee, if it's against our land use plan? I mean, if CAMA makes it a regulation, I know it is.
CAMA can't issue any permits, they're in violation, so therefore anybody that did a beach push would be doing it illegally to begin.
But if we put it in a land use plan where we can't do beach pushes until we abandon beach nourishment, what kind of violation is that if somebody does it?
It just means they're doing it without a permit because they wouldn't have gotten a permit in the first place because it doesn't.
The town would not be able to issue any permits for it, neither would CAMA.
Because of our land use plan?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Yeah, that's good.
I read some of the planning board minutes, and I think that before we start changing the land use plan to disallow beach pushes, that we really need to wait to see what the planning board comes up with, because you may change it, not permitting it, and you may hit an instance where you wish it wasn't in the land use plan if you get an Isabel direct hit. I like what I'm reading from the planning board, and I would suggest that rather than wait till the beach nourishment is over, because we can, I think, what is it, November 1, start, I think maybe if the planning board could finish and get their material to the board prior to that, then we can decide if what they're doing, or what they're proposing is adequate enough, and then we can decide on if the land use plan needs to be changed.
Why not send it back to them and let them work on it all together?
Well, they are working on it.
I know, but I'm talking about even the consideration of the land use plan change.
Well,
Send it back to them and let them be working on it at the same time.
Well, that's a thought.
Is it reasonable to expect the planning board to be able to get something to us by September 1st or the first meeting in September? Is that
Well, you've got a
reasonable time
You've
frame?
got one member here, Susie's still here, the two members here. Let's ask them.
We can have September 1st.
So you think that's a reasonable
We're waiting
date,
for
September
more
1?
information from staff. So the planning board's waiting for a little more information from staff. I guess
We're
what I
working
would,
through that
let's ask staff to make sure that the planning board gets all they need so that they can have a recommendation back to us for that September 1st, or September, whatever, first
And then
Wednesday in September
You'd
meeting.
be looking at October 1st, public hearing, and you'd be able to act before the next beach push season.
Then I think we ought to ask the planning board to incorporate the land use plan in along with their
Okay.
discussion so that they can see if it's necessary, definitely necessary, or
And I'd kind of like to see us do the public hearing kind of at the same time that we get all that information at once. We can advertise the public, we can request the public hearing at the August meeting, I would think, and that gives you the 30 days, right?
Good. Got it.
That satisfactory?
One thing we may need to take a look at, very touchy subject, beach driving. We brought it up 2 years ago, again about a year ago. On a $36 million beach, are we going to allow beach driving? We are.
I am
You
given,
guys-
given a choice.
Why don't we have a choice?
I said, given a choice, I would allow beach driving, yes, sir.
Have you guys seen pictures on the newspaper and the internet about down at Oregon Inlet this year? Trucks coming out of town and destroying our beach down there?
They destroyed a couple of trucks too, I think.
Well, there was one picture of a truck with a camper in the ocean, and another one, a pickup truck in the inlet. We're going to allow it.
as long as I have a vote, I will allow it.
I think the vast majority of our beach drivers are courteous and, reasonably, they're aware that other people are around. They're not driving 40 miles an hour down the beach. I tend to agree with Commissioner Sadler. It's one of those traditions in Nags that I'd hate to see go by the wayside.
Wayne, I really feel like that the people who drive in Nags Head realize it is a privilege, it's not a right. And I do feel that the majority respect the beach. I was actually down on at Oregon Inlet 4th of July, and I see no destruction down there. There wasn't a parking place to be had from the time you entered the beach all the way up. There wasn't a parking space. We had to kind of park this way to where we were going. But I don't see, I'll tell you this, I think there's more damage to the vehicle than it is to the beach. And I did see that picture that you saw.
Well, I disagree with you on Oregon Inlet Beach, because I've worked down there as a Marine Patrol officer, and I can tell you it's terrible what happens down there on weekends. And I agree with you, Nags said we don't have a problem. I just wanted to get your comments.
I actually think we'll have less conflicts after nourishment because you'll have so much of a wider beach. Our conflicts a lot now have been riding up close to the dune, not riding down.
Our advantage in Nags Head, you have people living there, people that will report somebody destroying the beach. But down in Oregon Inlet, you don't. The beach is open.
They should have taken a picture. Was that picture in the paper? Wayne?
Which one?
One of the
camper.
Camper?
That wasn't a camper. That was a mobile home.
Okay.
It's a guy pulled a mobile home on the beach.
Did you see the one with the pickup truck in the inlet with the rebel flag flying?
Yes. Yeah.
Is that all, sir?
Yeah, it don't happen in Nags Head. I've never seen it, but I just wanted to get your comments.
Thank you very much, Commissioner Cahoon. That's an excellent suggestion, I think, on the beach pushes, and we'll move forward. Staff's got clear direction. Under my agenda, I would like to thank the owners of Nags Head Pier very much. They have cooperated with us enormously and really made the fireworks possible for another year. They sacrificed some business in order to do that. So I do want to encourage everybody not to forget our old piers that have been there for a while. Nags Head Pier, if you haven't been out there to have lunch or dinner now, breakfast has always been good, but you can eat lunch or dinner actually right out there, sitting looking over the ocean. There's really the most incredible view you're going to find to eat your dinner. I've been eating out a lot lately here. So thank you very much, Andy and Lovey, and we very much appreciate it and wish you the best for the rest of the summer. And all the other folks that were involved with fireworks. It really was a great show. The only comment I heard was high tide was coming in up there as the fireworks are about to go on. If y'all would mind if we reversed an order here, I'd like to talk about number 23 for just a minute, and that was the discussion of the use of Shoreline Management Commission funds to remove structures from the public beach. We had passed out some comments from Mayor Pro Tem Perry up in Kitty Hawk, and this was something that he put out at the Shoreline Management Commission meeting and just gave his opinion. And he had asked for feedback from the other towns and the other boards. So I just wanted to put it out in front of y'all and ask what you thought of what he had in here. And it concerns removing structures from the public beach. And obviously we've taken one tack on that. I think Kitty Hawk took a little bit of a different strategy.
Well, what is the what is the thinking from the shoreline management group as far as utilizing those funds for removal of property right now?
They did not comment on that particular one. I think they're trying to draw. I'm not speaking for the committee, but I think they would probably like to see a closer tie between nourishment and structures on the beach. That it wasn't just getting structures off the beach, it was getting structures off the beach in order to prepare for nourishment. That there should be some tie there. But there was certainly no consensus in any regard there.
But this, if I read it correctly, is just removing structures that are on the beach. It does not tie into beach nourishment.
No, ma'am, it does not. And it's for information as much as anything, that, hearing, if y'all do come up with comments or questions or discussion on that, please send them to me and I'll take it back to the Shoreline Management Commission.
I would like to say it's really nice to, you can take this any way you want it. It's really nice to know that some of the other towns now looking at beach nourishment all of a sudden.
I agree with Doug. But I don't think Kitty Hawk is. Yeah.
Oh, no,
Yeah.
oh, no, that's what I'm,
Yeah.
well, never mind.
Yeah. But the pot of money, and I have also read perhaps the disagreement about the recent money that was appropriated from the shoreline management to do a study in Duck and or Southern Shores. I forget which.
It was Duck, actually.
Duck.
Yes, ma'am.
Because Duck has no public beach and no public beach accesses, therefore why should they be allowed to dip into the fund?
A point, their beach is all public. They just don't have
All the
particularly good
beaches,
public
all the beaches
access.
are public, but they have no public access and no public parking. So one does not get to the beach in Duck unless you are staying in a house.
Well, unless you
That's-
get private access to a house, that's right.
Right. So this kind of, all of that money in that fund comes from occupancy tax, okay? So take Kitty Hawk, they pay quite a bit in that fund through occupancy tax, as well as Duck and Southern Shores. So what will they ever derive from that shoreline management fund except sand fence or some, means of building their dune or whatever? I have thought long and hard since the discussion on the duck thing. If your town puts into the fund and for whatever reason you cannot provide public beach access, which Duck cannot, they don't have the land available if they were so desirous of buying it. Kitty Hawk probably will, I won't say this, but probably in my lifetime, probably will not do a beach nourishment project. So how unfair is it to put in the pot but not be able to take away? I will tell you my personal opinion with this situation that Mr. Perry brought up. That beach is public. No matter how you get there, it is public. If you can get there, you can walk it all the way to Rock. If there's a house out there impeding that walk, it should be removed. And the best place to get that money from is the shoreline management fund. And that's how I feel about this. And quite frankly, I feel about the money that Duck asked for. They're paying in the pot. They should derive some revenues back from it.
Thank you.
The purpose of taking Pelican Perch down was to close an opening in the dune. It was out on the beach. It was opening in the dune every time we had a storm. It flooded that section of Kitty Hawk. And the purpose of spending the money on that was to take it down and close the dune. But I agree with Anna. Every town that's a contributor to that occupancy tax has a right to that money.
Thank you, sir. Anybody else? I certainly agree that if you put into the pot of money, you should be able to take out of the pot of money. I do think that public access is an important piece of it, and when you're putting that much public money out on the beach, I would hope that we can improve access, and there are ways to do it in Duck. Condemnation is one way to do that. Purchase of property. There are some. I think it's not so much about access across the dunes as it is about parking, really, in Duck. But I think Mayor Sturza from Killable Hills was trying to make the point that he felt like everybody should go by the federal standards
Right.
for access. And I was very quick to make the point that we don't meet the federal standards for access. But if we had had a federal project, we would have taken steps to do that.
But I don't see how Duck, literally, I do not see how Duck can condemn enough property. There you go again. You have a residential neighborhood and you're gonna have a town parking lot at the adjacent lot. Yeah, I don't think so.
They don't have to condemn. There's offers to purchase. You could have public parking and purchase property.
But Renee, I don't think you've seen the oceanfront along Duck. I mean, anyway, I'm not gonna solve Duck's problems, Lord knows I have enough of my own. But what I am saying is, it's not fair.
Well, I
They
agree with
contribute,
that. I'm not
okay,
arguing with
yeah,
that.
okay.
I'm just
I
saying
think
we
we
need to
all-
encourage.
But we're not gonna get a
public
federal
access.
project, therefore, we don't really have to condemn areas and do what we would have had to do with a federal project. And what they do on their own is their own business.
But you can not meet the federal access standards and still improve the public access. And
No.
I think that's a tough call with Southern Shores and Duck.
But to get something off the beach that is impeding, and like Wayne said, in that case with that, you have an opening in the dune. By closing that dune, you're helping the public beach.
And I think it is a difference in strategy. The way that we've gone with houses on the beach has been to go after them in a different way. We have not offered to buy them. We have basically said that they're sitting on the public beach and they shouldn't be there. That hasn't been but so successful for us so far. We still haven't got them off the beach. But I think that's not an unreasonable way to go about it either. Okay, well, I'll be glad to take all these comments back to Shoreline Commission and go from there. Number 8, y'all, I apologize. I asked for that one to consolidated fee schedule. I'm just griping again a little bit on this $17 for oceanfront property owners. I think it's a very inefficient way to collect taxes. And I did have one question for Cliff. The $50 each on the amendments for civil penalties, what was that prior to?
I think it's more of a housekeeping issue where the board in 06 assigned that $50 civil penalty to the infractions on the back, but it was never added to the consolidated fee schedule.
Okay.
So it was just closing a loose end.
Yes, sir.
I have a question.
Yes, ma'am.
One that, is $50 the limit of what we charge?
Yes, ma'am, I believe so.
And the reason I ask that is because there's one that I wish could be more, which are motorized vehicles just parking on the multi-use path.
Oh, I know.
I wish it could be more than $50 to keep those people off of that path.
I think we could amend that to higher.
Is there not a general statute that limits a civil penalty?
Yes. But the attorney would have to tell me what that is.
Well, can we investigate that perhaps? That'd be,
Would you like a motion to adopt this?
yes, ma'am.
So moved to adopt the update to the consolidated fee schedule with the 2 attachments that were included, Public Works and Police.
We have a motion on the floor. Is there a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Further discussion?
Are we
All-
going to look into that?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
All those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, like sign, aye. Motion passes 4-1.
Can I ask you a question? Why do you think it's not as wrong for those people that pay $17 a year to have their trash can rolled back, but we hire a man especially for that? I mean, I'll pay you $20 a year if you'll come roll mine back in the bond.
I think when we talk about the $1.8 billion that we get in occupancy tax that helps our general fund budget, I think it's very short-sighted to go back to the same group of people that generate that tax and say we want $17 a year. I just think that it doesn't make sense, and I think it's an ineffective way of collecting tax. They already pay, my property tax is somewhat higher than your property tax. But I also know I I can also count, so I'll shut up.
I was
That's
begging
my
to be
line.
used, but I think
You
you're wrong.
stole that.
Yes, sir, I understand.
That was my line. I can count to 3.
It's a user fee, Bob.
Like Wayne said, call it what you want.
I know. I know.
Our last item is discussion of the Bridhaven Nursing Home and Colony Ridge Rehabilitation Center. We did have some public discussion on this earlier. We have got a lease that we've gotten back from Bridhaven. Let's see. They gave us one first. We revised, sent it back to them. They've sent it back to us. So what I would like to do is go into closed session and receive advice from our council on this lease. The key piece of this lease, though, is that it does stipulate that the certificate of need goes to Colony Ridge or Bridhaven after that 10-year lease. And I've heard this board say that that was very much of a concern for them.
Can I just ask you something in open?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Assuming that for whatever reason the town decides to go with this lease, which is a 10-year lease, and the CON reverts to Bridhaven after the end of the 10 years, is there anything that would prevent them from defaulting on the lease and leaving after 2 years and taking the CON with them? I guess that question is for you, John.
Unclear. If you wanted to agree to that lease, you could make an express provision to cover that.
Yeah.
That would be a reasonable provision to put in there, so that they can't be there for a week, breach the lease, and then have the CON.
Under this, they can leave anytime they want.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. All right.
I'd like to entertain a motion then to go into closed session to,
You want all the bases that I had mentioned earlier, Bob, or do you want to just do?
let's take them all at once. if That's
All
all
right.
right.
And don't forget mine.
I won't. Y'all need a motion to go into closed session pursuant to General Statute 143-318.11A1, 3, and 6, to discuss a personnel matter, to discuss the Fisher, Sansota, Hardesty, and Deal litigation, and to confer with the board's attorney and preserve the attorney-client privilege.
Entertain a motion to that effect?
Did that include Bridhaven?
Yes, ma'am.
So moved.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Further discussion? All those in favor of the motion, please signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed, like sign. We're going to go to closed session and we'll be back. Good afternoon. We're back in open session after a closed session. I'm going to ask the attorney to report out on a couple of things, and then I'm going to report out on the Bridhaven lease.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The board did give the town's attorney instructions with respect to the one of the matters of litigation, but took no other action on any of the pending litigation matters.
And in regards to the Bridhaven lease, the board did reach consensus that the certificate of need was an important feature that the town needs to retain in order to assure that long-term good quality of health care. So we are going back to Bridhaven with that change in the lease, and then we will see what their response is, their formal response is. And if that works out, that will be settled. If that doesn't work out, we will begin taking steps on a backup plan to find another management agent. It's our goal to be there for perpetuity. We want to have good long-term health care in Nags Head for the next 50 years, not just the next 6 months or 10 years. Yeah,
Mr. Mayor, sorry, I apologize, but you got to say, if you could just add on to that, the reason why, and the reason being is not just because we want for the next 50 years or 100 years the best health care, but the way that what they're offering us is he can quit next week. We can agree to it, and in 2 months they can pick up and leave.
Yes, sir.
And with the certificate of need, and we don't want that. Then we'll be out altogether with having a healthcare facility.
And thank you. You said that an awful lot better than I did, Commissioner Mellon. Other business to come before this board. Cliff, how do we look for a mid-month meeting? Is there a big?
I'm not. I don't think I can't think of anything on that we would bring forth on an agenda that would be pressing for a mid-month July meeting. In my, I will. She would agree.
Well, with the board's permission.
Was that a smile?
With the board's permission, then I think we will adjourn this meeting, and then our next meeting will be that first Wednesday in August.
How will I fill my day?
I'm sure.
I agree.
Second.
All in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, like sign. Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you.